Okay. So the first thing I want everyone to do is get comfortable. Your feet flat on the ground, your hands resting gently in your lap. Or if you'd like to, for the next few minutes, lay back however you're most comfortable. And when you're ready, I want you to go ahead. I want you to close your eyes. Now, I want you to take a deep breath in through your nose and hold it and slowly release it through your mouth. Again, take a deep breath in. Let it out real slow. One more time. Deep breath in. Let it out slow. Now just return to your normal breathing. I want you to allow your body to settle. Go ahead. Let your shoulders drop. Unclench your jaw. Relax your forehead. And just let everything soften. Right now, there's nowhere else you need to be. There is nothing else that you need to do. This moment is for you. Just normal breathing. Now, I want you to imagine you wake up tomorrow, but this is not your current life. This is your dream life, not the version you've been settling for, not the version shaped by fear, but the life you would choose if you knew you could not fail. So let's step into it. And I want you to really see it. You wake up, you look at the alarm clock. What time is it? Is it early? Is the sun rising? You're waking up slowly, peacefully, without stress, without pressure. Look around you. Where are you waking up? What does your bedroom look like? Is it modern? Is it luxury? Is it peaceful? Is your room filled with light? I want you to notice the details. The bed you're laying in, the sheets, the energy of the room. Now, I want you to slowly sit up in your bed. Feel it. You're there. Now, I want you to stand up, get out of bed. I want you to walk through your home. What kind of house are you living in? Are you living in a mansion? In a high-rise condo? A peaceful home on some land in the country? Look at the floors you're walking on. Look at the walls. Look at the furniture in your home. Everything around you reflects who you became. I want you to walk into your kitchen. What do you see? Is it clean, organized, abundant? Maybe you've got a bowl of fresh fruit on the counter. Is there coffee brewing? Is there sunlight pouring in the windows? Take a deep breath and breathe it all in. This is your life now. There's no stress. There's no chaos. It's just alignment, peace, power. Take a second and breathe it all in. Because now, let's step into your day. What do you do? It's time to go make your money. Are you trading? Are you running a business? Picture yourself trading. See yourself winning. You're confident. You're decisive. You're calm. And I want you to notice something important. You're not chasing anything. You're not stressed. You're certain. Money's flowing to you. Opportunities are coming to you. And it's all because of who you are now. Now I want you to stand back and I want you to look at yourself in this life. And I need you to see yourself really clearly. Notice your posture, your energy, your presence. When you walk, how do you walk? Slow, confident, certain. When you speak, is it calm? Is it direct? Is it powerful? Picture yourself with a problem arising. How do you react? Do you panic or do you respond like a leader? Because I want you to notice this. This version of you, they don't react emotionally, they respond with control. This version of you, they don't second guess themselves, they trust themselves. They don't chase validation, they are the validation. And I want you to take a moment and feel that. Now, let's truly tune into this version of you, how this version of you feels. Do they feel anxious? No, they're grounded. Do they feel lack? No, they feel abundance. Do they feel fear? Mm-mm. No, they feel certainly. Let that feeling move through your body. This is very important. This is not your imagination. This is identity memory. Now, as you're watching this version of you, I want you to step closer to them. Walk towards them until you're standing right in front of them. I want you to look them in the eyes. This person is you, fully realized, fully aligned. Now, I want you to ask them one question. What do I need to become to be you? What do I need to do to become you? And I want you to pause and breathe and listen. Let the answer come. Now, I want you to take one step forward and I want you to merge with them. Step into their body. Now, I want you to see through their eyes. I want you to feel what they feel. because you're no longer looking at your higher self. You're now being your higher self. So let that lock in. Let that settle. Let your nervous system feel it. And take a minute and now just look around the world through your higher self's eyes. Now, slowly, I want you to bring your awareness back to the room that you're in, back to your body, back to your breath. Take a deep breath in, let it out. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. And when you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes. So now I need y'all to listen to me. You just met your higher self. It's not a fantasy. It's not a dream. That version of you already exists. And everything that we're doing today is about closing the gap between who you've been and who you just became. You don't need to find that version of you. It's already there within you. You just need to become consistent with it. So today, we're going to build that identity. We're going to lock it in. We're going to move different. We're going to think different. We're going to execute different because now you know exactly who you're becoming. So let's get to work on that. Okay, guys, I want you all to have your workbooks pulled up. This is going to be a writing day. And, the more honest that you are with yourself, the more you're going to get out of this. We are truly going to pick you apart, find the roots of why you're doing everything that you're doing. And and then we are going to rebuild you. So I'm going to give everybody let's take 10 minutes. I need y'all because I've got to go back and get my stuff off the printer. I need you to get your paper. Go ahead and get an extra notebook because this is going to be a lot of a lot of writing today. So let me go grab my stuff off my printer. I will be right back. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Is everybody got everything that they need? All right. Uh, okay, I'm going to have the workbook pulled up on one side And I have this set up as I'm going through the teaching mode that, um, all right. Let's see. All right. Oh, before we jump to today, who did their homework last night? Good, 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 good. All right. Screen two. All right, guys. So we cannot build a new life on top of an old identity. Okay? Listen, before we go any further, before we talk about transformation, before we talk about breakthroughs, before we talk about becoming the version of you that you just met, the version of you that wins, I need you to hear me with your whole heart. You cannot build a new life on top of an old identity. And I'm going to say that again because I don't want it to slide past you. You cannot build a new life on top of an old identity. You cannot keep thinking the same way. You cannot keep reacting the same way. You can't keep doubting the same way. You can't keep quitting the same way, hesitating the same way, and expect a completely different life to show up. It does not work that way. You know, there is a lot of people out there and they want new results, but they're still living from the same old version of themselves. They want more money, but they still think like the version of themselves that's scared to receive it. They want confidence, but they still move like the version of themselves that second guesses every decision. They want peace, but they still live from survival. They want success, but they still carry the identity of failure. They want freedom, but they still make their decisions from fear. That's why today matters. Because today is not about giving you more information. Today is about interrupting that old pattern. Today is about stopping the cycle. Today is about putting your foot down and saying, no more. This version of me cannot come where God has taken me. Now, I want you to pause right there. Okay. Some of you have been trying to drag the old you into a new season. You've been trying to bring the old fear, the old doubt, the old excuses, the old hesitation, the old self sabotage, the old identity into a new future. Hold on, let me send. I gotta send somebody the link. My bad. Not that. Love this. Love the Zoom bar. I don't. And then you wonder why the future keeps looking like the past. It's because you have not interrupted the identity that keeps repeating the same results. So today, we're going to interrupt it. We're going to expose it. Today, we call it out. Today, we stop pretending it's the strategy. Today, we stop pretending it's the chart. Today, we stop pretending it's the market. Today, we stop pretending it's everybody else. Today, we tell the truth because truth is where freedom begins. And here's the truth. Some of you have been trying to change your results without ever changing the version of you that is producing those results. You want different outcomes, but you've got the same identity still making the decisions. The same mindset, still touching the charts, same emotions, still clicking the button. The same fear is still running your life. And that same insecurity is still making you hesitate. And the same need for instant proof is still making you quit too soon. The same old wound is still trying to protect you from disappointment, but it's also protecting you from your destiny. So that's going to end today, not tomorrow, not next month, not when you feel ready, today. Because if you wait until you feel ready, you're going to stay stuck forever. See, this old identity, it'll always have a reason why now is not the time. That old identity, it's going to say, well, I need more proof. I need more confidence. I need more money first. I need to study more. Well, I just need to wait till things calm down. It'll say, I need to feel different. No, you don't wait to become different. You decide. And then your actions begin to follow that decision. Let's get honest. How many of you know exactly what to do and still don't do it? Tell me in the chat. Well, that's the chat. Hold on. How many of you? Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Okay. How many of you watched the videos, taken the notes, heard the rules? No, you shouldn't overtrade, but you still do it. How many know you shouldn't trade emotionally, but you still do? How many of you know you shouldn't jump in without confirmation, but you still do it? How many of you know you shouldn't move before the queen gives the signal, but you still do? Right? How many of you know you shouldn't be in the strategizing zone, but something tells you maybe this one. Now I'm gonna ask this important question. Y'all answer me in the chat. How many of you know what discipline looks like, but when pressure hits, the old you takes over? If that's you, let me know, even if it's uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. 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 That's why you guys are here with me today. This room is not for pretending. It is not for performing. It's not for acting like you got it all together. This room right here is where you get free. And guys, you cannot get free from something that you refuse to be honest about. So if you know what to do and you still don't do it, that is not a knowledge problem. Guys, that is an identity problem. So let me explain that, okay? A knowledge problem means that you don't know what to do. An identity problem means you know what to do, but the version of you in control cannot consistently do it. See, that's different. See, if you don't know the rules, we can teach you the rules. If you don't know the system, we can teach you the system. If you don't understand the path, we can teach you the path. But see, if you know the rule and you still break it, see, we're not dealing with education anymore. We are dealing with identity. We're dealing with the version of you that gets scared, the version of you that gets impatient, the version of you that wants control, the version of you that needs to be right, the version of you that needs fast proof, the version of you that would rather force something than to sit and wait and trust. We're dealing with the version of you that says, I know what Coach Misty said, I know what the Sovereign Queen said, but I think, and that right there, that I think right there, that is your doorway to sabotage. Because, see, the game's not won by thinking your way around the rules. The game is won by becoming the person who follows them. So here's the truth, guys. You don't get what you want. You get who you are. Let that sit in your chest. You don't get what you want. You get who you are. Everybody wants abundance. Everybody wants discipline. Everybody wants consistency. Everybody wants peace. Everybody wants confidence. Everybody wants results. But your life will not respond to what you say you want if your identity is still aligned with the opposite. If you say you want consistency, but your identity is someone who always starts and stops, you're going to keep starting and stopping. If you say you want confidence, but you identify as someone who can't trust themselves, you need to stop needing outside reassurance. If you say you want financial freedom, but then you identify as somebody that always struggles, always loses, always gets close but never arrives, you're going to unconsciously keep proving that story to be true. If you say you want to win, but deep down you see yourself as someone who always messes things up, see, then the moment success gets close, you find a way to sabotage it. That's why we're not playing no surface level games today. We're not putting a motivational sticker on a broken foundation. We're not saying a cute affirmation while the old identity keeps running the show. We're going to the root. We're interrupting the lie. Because there is a lie. There is a lie that you have been living from. And that lie, it may sound different for every single person sitting in this room. For that one person, it could be, ow, I hit my knee. And that is not a lie, that's truth. I'm sorry. For one person, the lie could be, I'm not smart enough. For another, the lie is, God, I always mess things up. For somebody, it could be, you know what? Success is really just for everybody else. You know, that lie could be, I can't trust myself. I'm too far behind. Every time I try, something goes wrong. For another, the lie could be, I'll never be disciplined. For another, the lie is, I'm just not that kind of person. So today, we're going to expose it because a lie cannot keep ruling you once it's been brought into the light. I need you to hear me. You are not your pattern. You are not your past. You are not your panic. You're not your hesitation. You're not the worst trade you ever took. You're not the account you blew. You are not the moment you quit. You are not the old version of you that keeps repeating the same cycle. See, that may be who you've been practicing being, but it's not who you're called to become. There's a difference. See, you can practice fear so long that fear feels like your personality. You can practice doubt so long that doubt starts to feel like wisdom. You can practice chaos so long that peace feels unfamiliar. You can practice self sabotage so long that success feels unsafe. But just because it feels familiar does not mean that it is your identity. It means it's a pattern. And patterns can be interrupted. That's what this segment's about. The interrupt. We're going to interrupt the old you before we build the new one. Because if we don't interrupt the old identity will hijack every single thing that we're trying to build. So you can't give an undisciplined identity the queen's path and it still find a way to break the rules. You can give an anxious identity a perfect setup. It's still going to hesitate. You can give a fearful identity a clean signal and it's still going to look for 10 more confirmations. Am I right? You can give an impatient identity a beautiful strategy. It's still going to enter early. You can give a desperate identity a winning system and it's still going to overtrade because the system does not override the identity. The identity operates the system. Does that make sense, guys? So if the wrong identity is operating the system is not the problem. The operator is. And that's not condemnation, that's power, guys. Because if the market was the problem, you'd be helpless. If the strategy was the problem, you'd need something new. If everyone else was the problem, you'd be stuck waiting for everybody else to change. But if the identity is the problem, that means that you are the one with the power. Because identity can be rebuilt. Identity, it can be chosen. Identity, it can be aligned. Identity, it can be surrendered to God and transformed. So today, everything I say, I want you guys to know I am not here to beat you up. I am here to wake you up, and there is a difference. Now, sometimes a wake up call, it can be uncomfortable. Truth, it can feel sharp at first. But I promise you, the truth is not here to destroy you. The truth is here to free you. So, y'all ready to go deeper? See, if you're someone who hesitates, doubts, overthinks, quits, starts strong and then fades out, gets excited and then disappears, makes commitments and then break them, then that is the life that you're going to keep getting. Not because you're cursed, not because you're incapable, not because God forgot about you, but because the outer life is reflecting your inner identity. Your behavior is a mirror. Your habits, they're a mirror. So your results are a mirror. And today we're going to stop getting mad at the mirror and start changing the person looking into it. Because you cannot sit and yell at the chart and become disciplined. You cannot blame the market and become consistent. You cannot curse the strategy and become patient. You've got to look inward and ask, Who am I being when I sit down to play the game? Am I being the version of me God called me to be? Or am I being the version of me that fear trained me to become? Now, that's a deep question. And I want you guys to really think about it. Were you trained to be afraid? Were you trained to doubt yourself? Were you trained to believe you always mess up? And who trained you to think like that? Who trained you to think good things don't last? Who trained you to expect disappointment? Who trained you to believe that you can't hold success? Because some of you are not making decisions from your future. Some of you are making decisions from your wounds. You're making decisions from old disappointment. You're making decisions from every time you tried and it didn't work. You're making decisions from every person that made you feel small. You're making decisions from every season where you had to survive. Hey, and I honor the survivor in you. I really do. Because let me tell you, that version of you, it kept you alive. That version of you, it got you through things other people may never understand. That version of you, that version of you, that version of you deserves love. Okay? But I'm here to tell you now that version of you cannot lead you into your next level. See, survival, it can get you through the storm, but survival, it cannot build the kingdom. See, survival's always bracing, always scanning, always waiting for something bad to happen. Survival's always trying to control every single outcome. You can't play the Queen's game for survival because survival will make you force. Survival will make you chase. It'll make you panic. It'll make you act like every single play you make is life or death, and that energy will wreck you. So today, we're going to interrupt survival. We're going to interrupt the panic. We're going to interrupt the old identity that thinks pressure is normal. Come on, guys. We were not created to live in pressure. You were created to move in purpose. You're not created to chase. You were created to align. You were not created to beg the market for a win. You were created to sit in authority and wait for the queen to show you the move. That's the shift. Now, I want you guys to understand why this interrupt matters so much. See, most people try to change by adding more videos, more strategies, more indicators, more nodes, more groups, more signals, more confirmation. But transformation, guys, a lot of time that starts by removing the noise, removing the old story, removing the identity that keeps needing chaos, removing the belief that says, I can't do this, removing the need to be perfect, removing the addiction to starting over, removing the habit of breaking your own word. Because let me tell you something. Every single time you tell yourself you're going to follow rules and then you don't, you're teaching yourself that even your own word can't be trusted. Every single time you tell yourself, only 3 trades today, and then you take 7, you're weakening the trust with yourself. Every time you tell yourself, I'm going to wait, and then you don't, you train your nervous system that your commitments are optional. And then you sit and wonder, why don't you feel confident? Guys, confidence ain't magic. Confidence is self trust. And self trust is built when you do what you said you were going to do. So if we want to build the new identity tomorrow, we have to interrupt the old identity today. We got to stop pretending. We got to stop saying, I don't know why I keep doing this. Yes, you do. You keep doing it because the old identity is still in charge. The old identity is familiar. The old identity is practiced. The old identity has momentum, but today we're going to break that momentum. Today we put a holy interruption in the middle of a cycle. We say, I see it. I see the pattern. I see how you show up. I see how you pretend to protect me, but you're not leading anymore. Now, we're going to do the current identity audit. Okay? I want you guys to take this seriously. This is not busy work. All right? This is not cute journaling. This is not something to just fill in because I told you to. I should have told y'all to bring a mirror. And if y'all got access to one, I want you to look in it. Because I tell you what, the people who are brave enough to look in the mirror today are the people who walk out a different tomorrow. Get your workbook, get your pen. I want you to write at the top of the page current identity audit. Did we have the current identity audit in the? Let me go over here and look. Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay. I want you to honestly write, who have I been showing up as? I don't want you to write the pretty answer. I don't want the polished answer. I don't want the Instagram answer. I want the spiritual answer that sounds, I don't want that. I don't want no spiritual answer, right? That sounds good, but is not honest. Real. I want real. Who have you been showing up as is when nobody's watching? Have you been showing up as somebody disciplined? Or someone who says they want discipline but keeps negotiating with their emotions? Mm. Have you been showing up as somebody committed? Or someone who gets excited when it's new and disappears when it gets hard? Write it down, guys. You be writing it down. Be honest. I'll be honest. I have not been totally disciplined. I have been a little distracted. I do have a routine. Um, some days I start it later than I should. Some days I don't meditate the full 30 minutes. I've been distracted. I've been inconsistent. Now, one thing I have been is faith filled because if here lately, if I had not have been, I would probably wouldn't be here. Be honest with yourselves. Have you been patient or impulsive? Have you been showing up as somebody who trusts God or somebody who says they trust God but still tries to control everything? Have you been showing up as somebody that plays the game or somebody that keeps trying to force the game to pay you before you become the kind of person that can hold it? I write it down. Do not judge it. Own it. Do not shame yourself. The truth will set you free. I promise you. Do not shame yourself. Just tell the truth. Because I'm going to tell you what, the truth is not punishment. Truth is a doorway. So I'll give you a couple minutes. Be honest with yourself. Now, is everybody finished? Let me know when you're finished in the chat. All right. Oh, Gilbert, are you still with us? Oh, goodness. Write it down. Now let's move to the next question. What patterns keep repeating? Now, this is important because if a pattern keeps repeating, there is a lesson that has not been learned and identity that has not been interrupted. Think about your patterns. Are you overtrading? Are you hesitating? Do you keep quitting before you get consistent? Do you keep starting with fire and then fading out? Are you getting distracted? Are you blaming the system instead of checking execution? Do you keep adding extra things to the chart because you don't trust what's already in front of you? Do you keep needing someone else to confirm what you already know? Do you keep waiting until you feel perfect before you move? Do you keep making decisions from fear? Write the pattern, guys, name it because you cannot interrupt what you refuse to identify. All right. I'm going to give you a minute. Be thorough. Write it all down. All right. And then let me know when you're done. All righty. Now, I want you to look what patterns keep repeating. Now, this is important. Oh, the third question, sorry. This one, what do I say I want versus what I actually do? Now, this one, it may sting a little bit, but I want you to stay with me because this is where integrity comes in. What do you say you want? Do you say you want freedom? Then what do you actually do daily that builds that freedom? You say you want to be a serious player of the game. Then what do you do that actually proves that? Do you say you want discipline? Then show me where you're practicing discipline when it's inconvenient. Mm. You say you want success? How are your habits aligned with success? Do you say you want God to bless you with more? So are you becoming the person that can steward it? Because God can open doors, but you still have to become the person who can walk through them and not sabotage what is on the other side. So write it honestly. Because that one sentence, 11:11, everybody answered at 11:11. Oh, that one sentence. Ow, I hit my stinking knee again. Dadgummit. Um, that one sentence is going to tell you a lot. I say I want consistency, but I actually only show up when I feel motivated. I say I want confidence, but I actually keep outsourcing my decisions. I say I want to play the game, but I just keep trading emotionally. I say I want peace, but I actually keep creating chaos. I say I want success, but I keep living like I expect failure. I want you to look at it. I want you to write it down. Don't numb it. This is the interrupt, guys. The interrupt is going to begin when you stop lying to yourself. And I listen, I say this with love. I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm saying the old identity survives through self deception. It survives through excuses. It survives through I'll do better tomorrow. It survives through this was just a bad day. It survives through I know what I'm doing, but today we call it what it is. If you knew what you were doing and you were doing it consistently, your results would show it. So we're done with pride. We're done with pretending. We're done with protecting the old identity. Now I want you to pause. Has everybody wrote down? Give you a minute. Is that identity worth this worthy of where you say you're going? I don't want you to answer that fast. I want you to really look at it. Is this identity that you wrote strong enough to hold the future that you're asking God for? Mm. Is this identity disciplined enough to handle increase? Is this identity patient enough to wait for the right move? Is this identity grounded enough to not be shaken by a loss? That identity that you wrote down, is it patient enough to wait for the right move? Is it grounded enough not to be shaken by a loss? Is this identity mature enough to follow the rules? Is it aligned with freedom? See, if the answer is no, it's not failure, it's a revelation. That revelation's a gift because now you know what's got to change. And this is not about learning more, this is about interrupting who you've been. You've learned enough to know better. Now we need to become the person who does better. Because knowing without becoming is going to frustrate you. You'll sit there with all the information and still feel stuck. That's why today's so important. Yesterday changed how you see the chart. Today is going to change how you see yourself. So before we can build the new identity, we have to interrupt the old one. We have to create a clean break, a line in the sand, a moment where you say, that was who I practiced being. That is not who I am becoming. I want you to write this down. The old identity is not my destiny. I want you to write, I am allowed to become someone new. Because some of you need permission. You've been loyal to an old version of yourself because it's familiar. You've been loyal to struggle. You've been loyal to chaos. You've been loyal to disappointment. You've been loyal to self protection. Loyal to being almost there. Loyal to the story that success is hard for you. But today, you revoke loyalty to the old identity. You don't owe the old you your future. You can honor what you survived without letting survival lead your life. You can be grateful for what you got here without letting it carry you there. And you can say to that identity, you know what? Thank you for protecting me. You served your purpose in my life. You kept me alive. You got me through things that I wouldn't have got through without you. But now you are not leading me anymore. And I want you to take a breath and I want you to hold it. And I want you to exhale. And now I want you to say it quietly. I interrupt the old me. I want you to say it again. I interrupt the old me. Now, I want you to say it with some authority. I interrupt the old me because that's what we're doing. We're interrupting the old thought before it becomes the old action. We're interrupting the old emotion before it becomes the old decision. We're interrupting the old pattern before it becomes the old result. This is how you change. Not by waiting until everything feels easy, but by catching the old pattern in the moment and choosing differently. So now, when you feel yourself about to hesitate, interrupt. When you feel yourself about to chase, interrupt. When you feel yourself about to quit, interrupt. When you feel yourself about to break your own rule, interrupt. When you feel yourself saying just this once, interrupt. Because this just once is usually the old identity trying to get back on the throne. And we're not letting the old identity sit on that throne anymore. The throne belongs to the version of God that God intended you to be. The throne belongs to that person that you met this morning when we first got started and you stepped into. The disciplined, the clear, the grounded, the aligned, the powerful, the patient, the obedient. Not perfect, but committed. That's the version we're building. But first, guys, what do we do? Tell me in the chat. Right. And how do we do that? We interrupt. I want you to take I want you to take 10 minutes and I want you to finish section 1. I mean, yeah. Your audit right here. Okay, now guys, I want you to just kind of scan over your audit one more time. Okay. Look at who you've been. I want you to look at what has repeated. I want you to look at what you say you want versus what you actually do. I'm doing the same thing with you guys. I want you to understand something. Okay. What you're looking at, this is not your shame. This is your starting point. Okay. This right here was not to beat you down. This was to be the map. This was to be the evidence. Okay. This right here, if we didn't need it for the rest of it, I'd almost have you burn it right now because this is the old blueprint that we're no longer building from. And we move into the next part, the root. We're going to see exactly where this came from. Because, see, guys, patterns, they don't just appear out of nowhere. There's usually a root, there's usually a belief, there's a wound, there's a moment, there's a story. There's something you accepted as truth that was never God's truth about you. And we're going to find it. But before we go there, I need you to close this segment with a decision, not a feeling, a decision. Because, see, guys, feelings, they come and they go. Decisions, they create direction. So here's what I want you to write. Today, I interrupt, and then I want you to finish the sentence. What is it that you're interrupting? Is it fear? Is it hesitation? Is it overthinking? Is it quitting? Is it self-sabotage? Is it emotional reactions? Today, are you interrupting the identity that's keeping you small? Write it. And then I want you to write, I no longer agree with the version of me that keeps producing the life I say I don't want. That's strong, guys. I no longer agree with the version of me that keeps producing the life that I say I don't want. Because, see, agreement matters. And if you keep agreeing with the old identity, you're going to keep empowering it. If you keep saying, that's just how I am, you keep signing the contract. But see, today we break the agreement. See, you're not just anxious, you practiced anxiety. You're not just inconsistent, you've practiced inconsistency. You're not just bad at discipline, you practice breaking your own word. And if you practice the old way, you can practice a new way. And that is the good news because what's been practiced, it can be repracticed. What's been patterned, it can be repatterned. What has been learned can be unlearned. And what God has intended for you can still rise. So today's not the end. This is the interrupt. This is your holy disruption. This is the moment where the old pattern loses its automatic power. Not because it disappears instantly, but because now you see it. And once you see it, you're responsible for interrupting it. So you're not powerless anymore, you're aware. And awareness is the beginning of transformation. So I want you to say this with me. I am aware. Again, I am aware. Again, I am aware. Now, say I'm responsible. Again, again. Now, say I can choose differently. Again, again. That is the interrupt. Awareness, responsibility, choice. That's where the old identity starts losing its grip. Because, see, the old identity, it wants you unconscious. It wants you reacting. It wants you blaming. It wants you spiraling. It wants you moving without thinking. But, see, the new identity begins when you wake up inside that pattern and you choose differently. So that's what we're doing today. So I want you to hear me clearly. You are not here to collect another notebook full of information. You are not here to be hyped up for the weekend and then go back to the same life. are not here to say, man, that was powerful, and still live powerless. You are here to interrupt who you have been so you can become who God intended you to be. So you can become that person that you met in meditation this morning. That means the old identity, it can't be protected. The old excuses, it can't be protected. The old patterns cannot be protected. Your old story, it cannot be protected. If it's costing you your future, guys, it's got to be confronted. And that's what we just did. We confronted it. We looked at it. We named it. And now we're ready to go deeper. So let's go to the root. But before we move on, I want everybody to put your hand over your heart, take a deep breath, and repeat after me. I am not the old version of me. I am not my old patterns. I am not my fear. I am not my hesitation. I am not my past results. I am not who I was when I was surviving. I am allowed to become new. I am willing to see the truth. I am willing to interrupt the lie. I am willing to become who God intended me to be. Let that land. Today's not about learning more. Today's about interrupting who you have been. And so the interruption has begun. Okay. All right, guys. So now we've looked at ourselves. We have been honest. We have seen the things that we've got to interrupt. Okay. So everything that we've got to take out, there is a root. Okay. Guys, you're not broken. You've been patterned. So listen to me. Now that we've interrupted the old identity, we can't stop there because interruption exposes the pattern. Now we got to find the root. This right here is not surface level, guys. This ain't cute. It ain't going to be comfortable. This is the part where this is not the part where we clout and shout and clap and pretend everything's fixed because we had a powerful moment. This is where we're going to slow down. This is where we stop performing. This is where we stop pretending that the fruit is the problem. This is where we're going to stop trimming leaves off a tree that keep producing the same thing over and over again. Because if all we do is cut the fruit off the same tree will keep growing the same fruit. If all we do is say, I'm going to do better, I'm going to do better, but we never ask why we keep doing the same thing, eventually the same pattern comes back. You can cut off the overtrading, the hesitation, the fear, the self sabotage, the quitting, the emotional decision making. But if the root is still alive underneath the ground, that thing's just going to grow back. It may look different. It may show up in a new way. It may hide under a new excuse, but it's going to come back because the root was never removed. So now let's go deeper because everything you do comes from what you believe about yourself. So let me say that again. Everything you do comes from what you believe about yourself. Now, not what you say you believe, not what you post online, not what you tell your friends, not just what sounds good in a room full of people. I'm talking about what you really believe when the pressure hits. See, your habits, they come from your beliefs. Your reactions come from belief. Hesitation, ability to receive, your ability to trust, your ability to follow rules, your ability to hold success. It all comes from belief. Your ability to sit still comes from belief. Your ability to wait, to move when it's time, to stop forcing. It all comes from belief. So if your behavior keeps producing results you don't want, we got to ask, what is the belief under this behavior? Because belief's never random. Let's see. Uh, I'm looking at the. I'm looking at section 2, the root. Okay. All right. Behavior's never random. People don't just sabotage for no reason. People don't just hesitate for no reason. They don't just quit every time it gets hard for no reason. They don't overthink everything, every decision for no reason. They don't just panic when money's involved for no reason. They don't struggle to trust themselves for no reason. They don't keep returning to chaos for no reason. People don't just keep doubting themselves when the answer's clear for no reason. People don't just keep breaking rules they know are there for no reason. There is a root, there is a story, there is a wound, there is a moment, there is something that got planted in your spirit, in your mind, in your nervous system, in your identity. And whether you knew it or not, you started living from it. You started making decisions from it. You started seeing life through it. You started seeing money through it. You started seeing the charts through it. Opportunity. You started seeing God through it. You started seeing yourself through it. And the hardest part is most of the beliefs in your life, they're not even yours. Let that sit. Most of the beliefs running in your life are not even yours. They were given to you. Somebody handed you a story. Somebody spoke something over you. Somebody treated you a certain way. Somebody made you feel small or unsafe, made you feel like you couldn't do nothing but mess up, made you feel like love had to be earned, made you feel like success was dangerous, like your voice didn't matter, like you were too much, like you weren't enough, like your dreams were unrealistic. Somewhere, somebody made you feel like you had to shrink to be accepted, made you feel like being seen was dangerous, made you feel like needing help made you weak. Somebody made you feel that one mistake could cost you everything. And you may not have chosen that belief consciously, but somewhere along the way, you accepted it. Maybe you accepted it because you were young. Maybe you accepted it because you trusted the person who said it. Maybe you accepted it because life kept repeating the same pain and you thought, well, God, this must be true. Maybe you accepted it because nobody ever told you anything different. Maybe you accepted it because you were trying to survive. And once you accepted it, you became to live from it. Somebody told you you're not good enough. And they may not have said it with those exact words. Maybe they said it by ignoring you, by criticizing everything you did, by only loving you when you performed, maybe by comparing you to somebody else, never celebrating you. Maybe by making you feel that no matter how hard you tried, it still wasn't enough. Maybe they said it by always pointing out what was wrong and never honoring what was right. Maybe they said it by making you feel invisible until you were useful. Maybe they said it was by making you feel like your value depended on how well you could produce, perform, please, or prove. And now, even as an adult, you sit in front of the chart. That's what old belief whispers. You're not good enough to do this. So you hesitate. You overthink. You need 10 confirmations. You stare at the setup. You know what the rules say. You know what the queen's showing you. You know the signals there. Something inside of you freezes. Not because of the chart, because of the root. Somebody told you don't mess up. Maybe you grew up feeling like mistakes were dangerous. Maybe mistakes that got you yelled at, rejected, embarrassed, made people pull love away, made you feel stupid, made you feel unsafe. So now when you sit down to play the game, you're not just looking at a chart, you're looking at the possibility of being wrong. And that is when your nervous system says danger. So you freeze. You hesitate. You don't take the setup. You get in a panic. You get out too early. You move your stop. You don't let the play breathe. You take the next clean setup because the last one hurt. Not because the system's unclear, because your body learned mistakes are unsafe. That's the root. Somebody told you. Be careful. Play it safe. Now, there's nothing wrong with wisdom. There is nothing wrong with discernment. There's nothing wrong with moving with maturity, but some of you were not taught wisdom. You were trained in fear. You were taught to shrink. You were taught to play small. You were taught that taking risk is dangerous. You were taught not to trust yourself. You were taught to wait for permission. You were taught that if you step out, something bad will happen. You were taught that if you dream too big, you're going to be disappointed. You were taught that if you try, you might fail. So now every time you're supposed to move, you hear that old voice. Now be careful. See, what that really means is don't move, don't trust yourself, don't step out, don't become too big, don't go too far, don't believe you can actually win. Don't believe God could really use you. Don't believe this could really be your time. See, and you've carried that into your trading. You've carried that into your money. You've carried that into your relationships. You've carried that into your calling. You've carried that into your decisions. Somebody told you play it safe, so you did. You played safe with your dreams. You played safe with your faith, your voice, your business, your trading, your life. And now you're wondering why you feel stuck. Because safe can become a prison, guys. And some of you are not in bondage because you're lazy. You're in bondage because you were conditioned to believe that stepping into more was dangerous. You were conditioned to believe that expansion was unsafe. You were conditioned to believe visibility was unsafe. You were conditioned to believe that money was unsafe. You were conditioned to believe that visibility was unsafe, that money was unsafe, that success would cost you your love, peace, safety, or belonging. So when you hesitate, it's not the chart, it's your programming. When you overthink, it's not the chart, it's your programming. When you break the rules, it's not the chart, it's your programming. When you sabotage right through breakthrough, it's your programming. When you close a trade too early, it's not the chart, it's your programming. When you chase after missing the move, it's not the chart, it's your program. And so when you get one loss and then you spiral into five more, it's not the chart, it is your programming. So I need you to hear this with love. You're not broken. You've been patterned, and patterns can be broken, but they cannot be broken until they are found. That's why we're here. We're finding the root, and it's not to blame everybody. It's not to stay in victim mode, not to make excuses, not to say, well, this happened to me, so I can't change. No, we're finding the root so we can stop treating symptoms and start healing what's been driving the symptoms. We're finding the root to finally understand why you keep becoming someone you don't want to feel under pressure. Because pressure reveals programming. See, when everything's calm, everyone thinks they're healed. When everything's easy, everybody thinks they're disciplined. When the trade's going their way, hell, everybody thinks they're confident. When the money's flowing, everybody thinks they trust God. When nobody is challenging them, everyone thinks they are aligned. But see, pressure tells the truth. Pressure shows you what's really leading. Pressure shows you whether you trust yourself. Pressure shows you whether you trust God. Pressure shows you where you stay alignment with your emotions want to take over. Pressure shows you whether you're truly operating from identity or just inspiration. So today, we're not asking what I did wrong. We're asking where did this come from? Because, see, once you find the root, you can stop fighting the fruit. You can stop fighting the same behavior over and over and over again. You can stop saying, well, why the hell do I keep doing this? So you can finally answer it. You keep doing it because somewhere at some point, something in you learned this is how I survive. Maybe overthinking helped you survive chaos. Maybe controlling everything helped you survive instability. Maybe shutting down helped you survive rejection. Maybe quitting first helped you survive disappointment. Maybe playing small helped you survive criticism. Maybe staying busy helped you avoid feeling. Maybe needing validation helped keep you safe. See, maybe chasing helped you feel like you had control. Maybe sabotaging success protected you from the fear of losing it later. Maybe staying broke protected you from responsibility. Maybe staying unseen protected you from judgment. So maybe doubting yourself protected you from the risk of being wrong. Maybe waiting for permission protected you from the fear of owning your power. And if that's true, then right here we got to honor something. I want you to know the old pattern was not created because you're stupid. It was created because some part of you was trying to protect you. But protection that is no longer aligned becomes a prison. What once helped you survive can later help keep you stuck. What kept you safe can keep you small later. What once protected your heart can block your purpose. What once helped you avoid pain can later help you from receiving blessings. And today, we're going to lovingly remove what no longer belongs. This is spiritual surgery. Surgery is not punishment, surgery is healing. Surgery cuts out what's damaged in the body, removes what's infected. It goes deeper than the surface. And spiritually, emotionally, mentally, that's what we're doing today. We're asking God to put his hand on the root, show us what's been driving the pattern. Not so we can shame ourselves, but so we can be free. Because, see, what God reveals, he intends to heal. What God brings into the light, he does not bring into the light to embarrass you. He brings it into the light because it's been ruling your darkness long enough. So now take a breath and ask yourself, what do I believe about myself? Not what I say on a good day. Not what do I post. Not do what I tell other people. What do I really believe about myself when the lights are off and nobody's clapping? When I make a mistake, when I lose, what do I believe when I'm alone? What do I believe when something good starts happening? That's where we're going to get honest. Many people say, I believe I'm worthy, but their life says they keep settling. A lot of people say, I believe I can win, but their actions say they keep expecting loss. Most people say, I trust myself, but their behavior says they keep needing everyone else to decide for them. Many people say, I trust God, but their nervous system says they're still trying to control everything. Many people say, I want the next level, but their discipline says that they're still negotiating with the old level. So now let's write this down. Okay. All right. I want you to take, let's see, what time is it? I want you to take 10 minutes and start working on this. This is something that you're probably going to have to, let's see, what time is it? Okay, 4 hours. Section two. Ugh. We might need to finish later. All right. Take about 15 minutes and start working on your writing. We can use this as our 15-minute break. Okay, so you guys can kind of keep writing while I keep finishing up this section. And as you're writing these things, what do you believe about yourself? I want you to let the answer come up without editing it. If the answer's ugly, write it. If the answer's painful, write it. If it embarrasses you, guys, this is between you and God right now. Write it. If it makes you cry, write it. You might even come across some things that's going to shock you. Write it down. This section's not here to judge you, okay? This is here to reveal you because where you get to the section of what it has cost me, it might hurt, especially when you realize that most of your beliefs about yourself they're not even yours. So where you write, I believe I am, be honest. I believe I always be honest. I believe I never. I believe I can't. I believe I'm too. I believe success. Be honest. I believe I'm too. Be honest. Let it come out, guys. Don't make it look pretty. Don't make it spiritual. Don't make it acceptable. Make it honest. Are y'all still with me? I know we're doing spiritual surgery. Are y'all understanding why it's so important to find the root of everything? Are you picking up behaviors? Are y'all seeing, is anybody seeing any behaviors of themselves that they might not have even realized before you really started digging? Okay. I don't want to rush y'all because this is very important. Oh, so some of this you might have to go back. You might have to go back and do. Y'all tell me, y'all put in the chat, where are you at with your writing? Because I know, well, I know personally, when I write, I dig and I take forever. So, what section are y'all on part two? Because when we write all of that, then we're going to move on to prompt three. Okay. Four. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to get through that. Um, because after we figure it out, this is the painful part. Where did it come from? Because see, beliefs have origins. Now, some they were planted through repetition, some trauma, some through rejection, some through shame, some through comparison, through failure, through poverty, through betrayal, through childhood. It could have been planted by a person, by a parent, a teacher, a coach, a pastor, a friend, an ex, an enemy. And it could even be influenced by your own interpretation of what happened. So really think, where did this belief actually come from? When did I start believing this? And then you're going to think things like, what was happening around me? Who was involved? What was it that I was needing that I did not get? What did I feel that I did not know how to process? What did I decide about myself in that moment? Because, see, that is key. Okay. Do you guys realize that a lot of your identity was built from decisions that you made in painful moments? You may have decided, I'm never going to trust anybody again. Well, I got to do everything myself. If I mess up, I'm not safe. See, I got to prove my worth. I got to be perfect to be loved. I can't depend on anybody. And good things, they always get taken away from me. I better not get my hopes up. I can't let people see the real me. I'm just safer if I stay small. See, I have to stay in control. I can't relax. Well, I got to be useful to be valuable. Are any of these hitting with any of y'all? I can't need anyone. Everybody lets me down. I cannot fail. I can't be seen failing. See, those decisions, they may have made sense in that moment, but God, they're destroying your future now. Because what a child decides in pain can become an adult's prison. What a younger version of you decided to survive may now be blocking the version of you God's trying to birth. We have to go back and ask, where did that come from? Where did I get that belief? Who made me feel like that? Who punished me for being myself? Who made me believe that success was unsafe? Who made me believe I couldn't trust myself? Who made me believe I was too much or not enough? Man, somebody made me think that rest was laziness. Who was that? Who made me believe discipline was punishment? Powerful was dangerous? Who made me believe if I shine, I'll be attacked? And again, we're not doing this to blame, okay? What we're doing it is to return what was never yours. Because, see, some of you are carrying beliefs that belong to wounded people that handed them to you. You're carrying the fear of people that never healed. You're carrying the limitations of people who never dreamed. You are carrying the pain and the shame of people who couldn't see you clearly. You're carrying survival systems from people who never knew peace. You're carrying poverty beliefs from people who never experienced overflow. You're carrying religious shame from people who did not understand God's heart. You're carrying emotional patterns from people who did not know how to regulate their own emotions. So today we're going to ask, is this true? Or dang, is this a story I've been living? See, that question is powerful. Is this really true? Because I'm going to tell y'all, not every thought in your head's truth. Not every feeling in your body's truth. Not every fear is a prophecy. Not every familiar belief is from God. Some things are just old recordings, old programming, old pain repeating itself. Just fear wearing the mask of wisdom. Just trauma trying to keep you from ever being disappointed again. So when belief says I can't do this, ask, is that true? Or is this just a story I've been living? See, when the belief says I always mess up, ask, now wait a minute, is that true? Or is that just a story I've been living? If a belief says, well, I can't trust myself, you got to ask yourself, now wait a minute, is that true? When the belief says, I'm just not disciplined, you got to ask, is that true? Or is that just a story I've been living? Because a story repeated long enough, it can feel like truth. But guess what, guys? It's still a story. And if it's not God's truth, you do not have to keep living it. Now, let's connect this to you playing the game. Bet y'all never thought all of this would circle back to playing the game, huh? When you sit down in front of a chart, that chart becomes a mirror. It don't just show candles, it starts showing your beliefs. See, if you believe you can't trust yourself, you're going to second guess the signal. If you believe you always mess up, you're going to expect future failure even when it's a clean setup. See, if you believe money is hard, it's going to make you make the game harder than it has to be. If you believe good things don't last, you're going to close too early or you're going to sabotage when you're winning. See, if you believe you're behind, you're going to rush. If you believe you have to prove yourself, you're going to overtrade. If you believe mistakes mean you're bad, you're going to panic after a loss. If you believe you're not safe, you'll treat every trade like an emergency. If you believe you cannot hold success, you're going to unconsciously release it. If you believe you always lose, you're going to find a way to make that story true. So the problem's not just what you're seeing on the chart, it's what you're seeing through. You're seeing the chart through a belief system. And if that belief system is wounded, fearful, chaotic, or programmed by survival, then even a clear chart can feel confusing. So that's why this part matters. See, you're not just changing how you trade. Who would have ever thought? You are changing what you believe about yourself while you play the game. Because the Queen's path requires a different version of you. It requires somebody that can wait, someone who can trust, who can follow, who can sit still in a strategizing zone and not force a move. Someone who can let the Queen rest without panicking, who can let the Queen run without chasing. Someone who can respect the path, who can see the signal and move with discipline. And if your root belief is, I can't trust myself, guys, that's got to be healed. If your root beliefs I'm always behind, guys, we got to heal that. If your root belief is I have to force things to make them happen, that has to be healed. If your root belief is I'm not worthy of winning, well, we really got to heal that one because otherwise you're going to keep fighting the system when the real battle's inside. And as you're working through these exercises, I want you to give yourself permission to be brutally honest, not cruel, honest. There's a difference. Cruelty says, like, I'm pathetic. Honesty says, I have been showing up from fear. Cruelty says I'm a failure. Honesty says I've been living under a belief that failure defines me. See, cruelty says I'll never change. And honesty says this pattern's been strong, but I'm ready to break it. So as you're writing, I want you to write honestly without attacking yourself. Yes, I love that. Yes, yes. Now, on the where did that come from? I want you to let your memory speak. I want you to let your body speak. Let God bring things to the surface. And it may not be one huge moment. It may be a pattern. It may be years of little messages, years of criticism, years of being overlooked, years of having to figure it all out alone, years of feeling unsafe, years of feeling like your needs were too much, years of being told to calm down, be quiet, stop dreaming, be realistic, don't mess up, don't embarrass me, don't fail. Write whatever comes. And when you're right about whoever gave you that belief, be honest. Parent, teacher, partner, friend, church, system, and experience. Was it a version of you that was hurt trying to make sense of the pain? Name it. Because when you name who gave it to you, you begin to separate it from who you are. You begin to realize, my God, that was handed to me. That was not my identity. This is not God's original design. This is not the truth of who I am. So then I want you to ask, is this true? Or is this just a story that I've been living? So I want you guys to take time with this, and I don't want you to answer too fast. I want you to sit with it because the old identity will say, of course it's true. Look at the evidence. But I want you to understand something. Your past results may prove your old pattern, they do not prove your permanent identity. Just because you've been inconsistent doesn't mean that you're incapable of consistency. Just because you've been lost before don't mean you're a loser. Just because you sabotaged before don't mean you're doomed to sabotage forever. Just because you've been afraid does not mean fear owns you. Because you struggled to follow through does not mean you cannot become disciplined. See, your past is evidence of who you practice being. It's not proof of who you got to remain. That's important that you know that. Your past is evidence of who you've practiced being, not proof of who you have to remain. So when you talk about and you write about what this belief has costed me, list it. What has it cost you? Your peace, your money, your confidence, opportunities, relationships, your ability to receive, to rest, your ability to move when God says move, to sit still when the queen's strategizing, to stop chasing, your ability to play the game with peace. I want you to write it down because when you see the cost, you're going to stop romanticizing the pattern. Some of you have been protecting beliefs that are stealing from you. You've been defending the very thing that is draining your future. And today, we're going to stop protecting what's destroying your alignment. Because I want you to say, if you keep believing the things about you, what are you going to believe a year from now? And you be honest. And let that future confront you. If you keep living in the belief system where you are, where are you going to be at? Let it confront you, not to scare you, but to wake you up. Because sometimes we need to see where the road leads so we can finally choose a different road. And then when you get to what would become possible if I stop believing this is where the hope's going to begin to open. If I stop believing I'm not good enough, what would I attempt? If I stop believing I can't trust myself, how would I move? If I stop believing success is unsafe, what would I allow myself to receive? If I stop believing I always mess up, how would I respond? If I stop believing I'm behind, how would I show up? If I stop believing I'm alone, how would I let God lead me? See, this question matters because we're not just digging up roots to stare at them. We're making room for something new to grow. Before we plant the new, we have to pull up what's been choking the soil. Now, I want to speak this over you. You're not broken. You've been patterned. You're not defective. You've been conditioned. You're not hopeless. So you've been living from a story, and stories can be rewritten. Patterns can be broken. Roots can be pulled up. Beliefs can be replaced. Your mind can be renewed. Your spirit can be restored. Your nervous system, it can learn safety. Your identity can come back into alignment with who God intended you to be. This is not too deep for you. Okay? This is not too much. This is the work, and this is where your transformation happens. Not in the shallow water, not in the performance, not in pretending. Transformation, guys, it happens when you're brave enough to say, this is what I believed. This is where it came from. This is who gave it to me. And this is what it cost me. And this is where I'm going to stop carrying it. Everybody, stop what you're doing and take a deep breath because I want you to repeat after me. Yeah, this part hurts, but when we get it out, Gilbert, you don't ever have to feel it again, honey. You don't ever have to feel it again. We're not just ripping wounds off of band-aids, and we're not going to just leave ourselves bleeding out. Transformation hurts. But the last part of the day, right now we're kind of breaking you down. So we got something solid to build a solid foundation. Okay? I'm not broken. Say it. I have been patterned. Say it. What was planted in pain can be uprooted in truth, and what was handed to me does not have to define me. Say this with me. What I believed before does not have to become my future. I am willing to find the root. I am willing to release the lie. I am willing to let God show me who I really am. And I want you to let that land. Oh, let me look at the workbook. Okay. Yep. Right now, y'all put in the chat, what's one root that y'all are ready to pull up? Is it fear, shame, not enoughness, perfectionism, survival, rejection, survival, self-sabotage? Yep. Yep. Fear. Mm-hmm. Doubt. Yep. Oh, I love that. Yep. Yep. Now that root, I want you to say it out loud. That root is not my identity. Now say it. I am ready for God to show me the truth because that's where we're going with this. That's where we're going with this. We interrupted the old identity. Now we found the root. Now the root is exposed. It can't hide anymore. Once the lie is named, it cannot rule in the darkness. Once you see where it came from, you can stop calling it yourself. You can say, you know what? That was planted in me, but it is not me. That was handed to me, but it is not mine. That was a story. It's not the truth. After we find the root, we interrupt the pattern. We don't just know better. We're going to choose differently. We do not just cry about it. We break the cycle. Because, see, you're not broken. You've just been patterned. The root's been exposed, and now the healing can begin. Okay? So we're going to start the pattern interruption. Are y'all okay with just taking a 30-minute lunch? Because I still have a lot of stuff. Oh, fear rejection. I still have a lot of stuff to go over. And okay, so let's take a 30-minute lunch, and then if we need to, we will we if we have time, we might take a longer break at the end, but it is okay, let's meet back here at 1 o'clock. All right. Are we back? Yes. Oh, I love that. Oh, okay. So we got a few more minutes. All right. About 7 more minutes and we'll get started with part three. Ah. All right, guys, is everybody back? Are y'all back? All right. Okay, guys. So, be looking along in your workbook because we have a lot of information to go over still. Your workbook is going to have to be something that you're going to have to probably go back and do on your own. But that's going to be the new you because the new you is going to do the work. Okay. So we're moving on to part three, pattern interruption. So we've interrupted the old identity. We've got down to the root. We've started to see where the beliefs have came from. We have started to understand you're not broken. You've been patterned. So I really need you to sit in that for a second because a lot of you, that might be the first time in your life you've ever heard that in a way that actually makes sense. Not as a motivational statement, not as something that sounds good, but something that actually explains your life. So you're not broken. You've been patterned. So that means what you're doing is not random. What you've been doing is not because you're incapable. What you've been doing is not because you're doomed. It's because you're running a program. So now we got to do something with that truth. See, because this is where people mess up. See, they they have awareness, they understand the root, they see the pattern. They may even feel emotional about it. Then they go right back to the same loop. Because, see, guys, awareness alone does not break a pattern. Talking about it doesn't break the pattern. Even praying about it with action don't break a pattern because patterns are not just mental. They're practiced, they're embodied, they're automatic. They are trained into your nervous system. So this part, this right here, this is where we stop just understanding the pattern and we start breaking it. See, patterns don't break without intention. Patterns don't break because you say, I'm going to do better. Patterns don't break because you had an emotional moment. And patterns, they don't even break because you cried. Patterns don't break because you finally understood where it came from. So let me slow this down for you because this is where people stay stuck for years. See, you can sit in rooms like this, you can have a breakthrough, you can cry, you can journal, you can pray, you can say, This is it, I'm changing. And then tomorrow, the same pattern shows back up. Why is that? Because the intention is not stronger than conditioning. See, those things matter. They open the door, they soften your heart, they make you aware, they prepare you, but they're just not enough by themselves. See, patterns are practiced. So patterns are automatic. Patterns are what you do without thinking. Patterns are what your body does before your mind even catches up. Patterns are what happens when pressure hits and your system defaults to what it knows. So if you're going to break a pattern, you have to interrupt it in the moment it tries to take over. So let me say that again. Patterns don't break with intention, they break with interruption. You can intend to be disciplined all day long, but when pressure hits, the old patterns are going to show up. So you can intend to trust yourself, but when it's time to move, that old fear may still whisper, Well, what if you're wrong? You can intend not to overtrade, but after one loss, that old urgency may rise up and say, Get back in. You can get it back. So you can intend to not quit, but when it gets hard, that old survival voice may say, You know what? Just stop. This is too much. And here's the part that most people don't understand. That moment's not failure. That moment's the opportunity. The question is not, do I want to change? Most of you want to change. The question is, can I catch the old version of me when it tries to take back over? Because that is where your power lives. So, your PowerPoint. See, that moment you usually hesitate, that moment you usually quit, that moment you usually second guess, that moment you usually chase, that moment you usually overreact, where you usually shrink, where you usually panic, where you break your own rule. That is not your failure point. That is your power point. So let me expand this so you really feel it. Because most of you have been conditioned to believe, see, that's where I messed up. That's where I failed. That's where I lost control. Nope. Guys, that is where your control becomes available. Because it's that exact moment where your future splits. Not later. Not after. Not when everything is calm. Right there. See, one direction leads back to the old life. The same habits, the same emotions, the same results, the same frustration, the same why do I keep doing this? And the other is going to lead into your new identity, discipline, clarity, trust, execution, alignment, peace, consistency. That's your power. That moment is holy. That moment is sacred. That is the moment that matters. Because the moment right before you repeat the old pattern is the moment where you get to choose differently. Most people miss that moment. Why? Because they're unconscious. Because they're reactive. They are inside the emotion. They're inside the story. They are inside the urgency. They don't see it until after it already happened. Okay. So that happened, right? Then they say, God, why did I do that again? I knew better. Dang it, I should have stopped. I should have waited. I should have trusted myself. But see, by then, the pattern's already ran. So today, what we're going to do is we're training something new. We're training you to wake up inside the pattern, not after, not inside it, right when it starts, right when the pressure hits, right when the urge comes, right when the old voice stops talking. That's where you interrupt. That's where you take back control. That is where your old identity loses its power. So let's talk about emotional loops. Let's go deeper. Because, see, guys, this is where it's about to become real. Yeah, the story of my old identity. This is where it's going to become real. See, a lot of you think your problem is the action. I overtrade. I hesitate. I quit. I chase. But that's not the beginning of the pattern. See, that's the end of the pattern. The real pattern is the loop. It's the loop that starts before the action. It starts with a trigger. It starts with a feeling. It starts with a thought, an urge, an action, a result. Then shame, then repeat. Let me break this down slower so you can see yourself in it. Something happens. You lose a trade. You miss a move. You feel behind. You see someone else winning. You feel pressure. You need money. You feel uncertain. See, that's the trigger. Then your body reacts. You've got the fear, you've got the pressure, you've got the urgency, you've got the tightness, the restlessness, the anxiety, the doubt. See, that is the feeling. Then your mind creates a story. Oh, I need to fix this. Oh, I can't miss this. Oh, I'm messing up. Oh my God, I got to do something. Crap, I'm behind. I need to catch up. This is my moment. See, that is the thought. Then the urge comes. Click, enter early, chase, overtrade, move your stop, close too early. Oh God, do something, anything. Now, see, that is the urge. After the urge comes the action, then comes the result. And then, if the result is bad, then shame enters. And shame says, see, you always do this. You can't trust yourself. You're not disciplined. And then the loop is reinforced. So if you're going to break the loop, do not wait until the action. You catch it earlier at the feeling, at the thought, at the urge. That's where the interruption happens. See, this is not harsh control. So let me say something important because I do not want you to misunderstand this. When I say install control, I'm not talking about controlling everything. See, that's what got you here. Not controlling the market, the outcomes. I'm not talking about forcing things. Remember, that's fear. That's survival. That's the old identity trying to stay in charge. Real control is different. Real control is the ability to pause, the ability to notice, the ability to choose. Real control is, God, I feel the urge, but I don't move. I hear the thought, but I don't follow it. I feel the pressure, but I don't react to it. See, that's power. Not perfection, not never feeling anything, not never getting triggered. You're going to feel it, but now it don't control you. So let me tell you, the old pattern now, it's going to fight you back because remember, it's learned behavior. So hear me clearly. When you start interrupting patterns, that old identity is going to push you back because the old identity is comfortable, familiar, practiced. Even if it hurts you, even if it costs you, even if it keeps you stuck, it knows how to survive there. So when you choose something new, it may feel weird, uncomfortable, slow, unnatural. Peace may feel unfamiliar. Waiting may feel wrong. Not reacting may feel like you're missing something. So discipline may feel restrictive at first. That don't mean it's wrong. It means it's new. So I don't want you guys to confuse unfamiliar with unsafe. So now what do we got to do? We got to train new behavior. We got to catch then flip. This is called the catch and flip exercise. Not later, but in that moment. So you're going to continue your patterns exactly as written, unchanged. But now they're going to hit way deeper because you're going to understand why. Okay? Now we're going to lock it into the body. All right? I want everybody to stand up, stay grounded, stand like you mean it, because this is not just words, this is a decision. Say, I interrupt the old me. Again, I interrupt the old me. Say it louder. I interrupt the old me. I want you guys to feel that because that is authority. So we're going to go from victim to pattern breaker. From this moment forward, you are not a victim of your patterns. You're not stuck. You're not powerless. You're not just this way, okay? You're aware. And awareness creates responsibility. Responsibility creates choice. And choice creates power. You're the one that breaks them. See, patterns don't break because you wish they would. Patterns don't break because you cry about them. Patterns don't break because you understand them. Patterns don't break when you interrupt them. Sorry, patterns do break when you interrupt them. So now that's what you do. You interrupt. And when fear arises, interrupt. When urgency rises, interrupt. When doubt rises, interrupt. When the old voice speaks, interrupt. Because now you're not a victim. Now you are the breaker of patterns. And this, guys, is where your power begins. All right, in just a minute, we're going to start on part 4. Now, this is where we have cried. I have sat here. If y'all can't tell, I'm choking back tears myself on some things. Um, now we're going to start the um the rebuild. We've got the crap out. It hurts. It happened. But now that we know the truth, now we know how to break the patterns. Now we know how to interrupt the patterns, because we know the things that when we start feeling the feelings and the urges and the emotions, it's going to trigger us. Okay. Now we're going to rebuild. All right. The rebuild. We're not going to wait to become this person. We're going to decide right now. So listen to me. We have interrupted our old identity. We've gone down to the root. We have exposed what was planted. We've caught the pattern. We've learned how to interrupt the root. Now we're at one of the most important parts of this entire transformation. Actually, let me say that differently. This is probably the most important part of the entire day, because breaking yourself down, now that's powerful. But if you do not rebuild yourself correctly, you're going to go right back into the old version of you. So I need you to understand this clearly. The breakdown shows you what's been controlling you. The rebuild teaches you who you're becoming now. The breakdown exposes the wound. The rebuild creates the new walk. The breakdown reveals the old lie, but the rebuild's going to install the truth. See, the breakdown removes the old operating system. The rebuild gives you a new one. The breakdown is where you cry. The rebuild is where you choose. Sorry. Mhm. The breakdown is where you realize what's happened. The rebuild is where you decide what happens next. So do not treat this part lightly. Because if you remove the old identity, well, you got to replace it. If you interrupt that old version of you, you got to rebuild the new version. If you pull up the root, you got a big hole, you got to plant something new. If you break the pattern, you must install a new way of being because empty space does not stay empty. Well, let me say that again. Empty space does not stay empty. If you remove fear but you don't install faith, fear's going to come back. If you remove hesitation but do not install execution, well, hesitation's going to come back. If you remove self sabotage but you do not install self trust, self sabotage will come back. If you remove emotional trading but do not install disciplined game playing, emotional trading will come back. If you remove the old identity but do not build a new one, you will fall back. Not because you're weak, not because you're bad, not because the work didn't matter. But guys, identity needs structure. Identity needs language. Identity needs action. Identity needs repetition. Identity needs proof. Identity needs a daily practice. It needs boundaries. It needs a way to think. It needs a way to respond. It needs a way to walk when nobody's watching. You cannot just say, I'm not that person anymore, and then have no idea who you're becoming. Because if you don't identify the new you, your old one will volunteer. Your old one will say, I know how to survive this. The old one will say, I know what we usually do. The old you will say, come back to what's familiar. And if the new identity has not been built clearly, you'll go back to the identity that has the most practice. So now we're going to build. This rebuild is sacred, guys. This ain't just motivation. This ain't hype. It's not a cute affirmation. We are constructing. This is architecture. This is spiritual rebuilding. This is where we stop saying who we're not and we start declaring who we are. This is where we stop identifying the old story and we start aligning with God's truth. This is where we stop letting survival define our future and we let purpose design our identity. Because the old identity was built through repetition. It was built through pain. It was built through fear. It was built through survival. It was built through what happened to you. It was built through what people said about you. It was built through what you believed in the hard seasons, but the new identity, it must be built intentionally. So you don't accidentally become disciplined. You don't accidentally become confident. You don't accidentally become aligned. You don't accidentally become peaceful. You don't accidentally become obedient. You don't accidentally become emotionally mature. You don't accidentally become the version of you who can hold love. You don't accidentally become the version of you who can hold money. You don't accidentally become the version of you who can hold success. You don't accidentally become the version of you that wins. You build that person. You choose that person. You embody that person. You become the person before the results show up. See, that's the secret. See, most people wait for evidence before they become. They say, "Ugh, when I start winning, I'll be confident. When I make money, I'll be disciplined. When I feel ready, I'll move. When I stop being scared, I'll execute. When my life calms down, I'll be peaceful. When people treat me better, I'll stop reacting. When I have more money, I'll stop being afraid. When I know it will work, I'll trust God. No, that's backwards. You become the person first, then the results begin to match. So you're going to become disciplined before discipline pays you. You're going to become confident before confidence feels natural. You become obedient before obedience feels easy. You become aligned before life looks aligned. You become peaceful before everything around you is peaceful. You become faithful before you see the full promise. You become the one who wins before the win shows up on the outside. See, identity leads results. Results does not lead identity. Does that make sense, guys? Oh, and by the way, this is not just about trading. But is this making sense? Yeah, this ain't about trading. This is about your whole life. Because the way you show up in front of the chart is usually the way you show up everywhere. So if you're hesitating on the charts, where else are you hesitating? If you chase on the chart, where else do you chase? If you're ignoring rules, playing the game, where else do you ignore boundaries? If you panic after one loss on the chart, where else does one bad moment make you spiral? See, if you need outside confirmation on the chart, where else do you not trust yourself? If you overtrade because you need a result now, then where else are you trying to force something that God told you to wait on? This is why this rebuild matters. We're not just building a better trader, we're building a better steward of your life, a better steward of your mind, a better steward of your emotions, a better steward of your money, a better steward of your calling, and a better steward of your future. If you remove the old identity, you must replace it or you'll fall back. Let me explain this a little bit deeper, guys. Some of you have been living out of an old identity for years, maybe decades. See, the old identity, it had rules, even if they were unhealthy. Hell, it had rules. The old identity knew how to react, how to survive, how to protect, how to avoid, how to shrink, how to panic, how to quit, how to sabotage, how to stay busy, how to stay guarded, how to stay in control. It knew how to keep you from getting hurt. But that identity was not designed to make you free. It was designed to keep you alive. And there's a difference between survival and freedom. See, survival says don't risk. Freedom says move with freedom. Survival says control everything. Freedom says trust the process. Survival says if you make a mistake, you're unsafe. And freedom says a mistake is feedback. Survival says if you succeed, something bad will happen. And freedom says I can't hold success. When survival says stay small, freedom saying, hey, become who God told you to be. When survival saying react before you get hurt, freedom says pause and choose. Survival says prove yourself, but freedom says be yourself. Survival says earn your worth, and freedom says walk in your worth. So if we remove survival, but we do not install freedom, you're going to panic because your system's going to say, well, who the hell am I now? This is why we rebuild. We're not just taking something away from you, we're going to give you a new way to live, to think, to move, how to sit with pressure, new way to play the game, to hold your success, a new way to trust yourself, a new way to walk with God, a new way to love without losing yourself, a new way to receive without sabotaging, a new way to lead yourself, and a new way to stop betraying your future. So let's build that version of you that wins, not the version of you that talks about winning, not the version of you that gets excited for a weekend, not the version of you that has a powerful moment and then goes back to the same habits, the version of you that actually wins. And winning is not just money. Are y'all with me? Yep. Winning is discipline, it's peace, it's obedience, it's emotional control, it's keeping your word to yourself. It's following the rules when nobody's watching. Winning is not chasing when you want to chase. Winning's not quitting when you feel discouraged. Winning is not over trading because you feel pressure. Winning is trusting the queen's path when the old you wants to add more. Winning is letting the queen strategize without forcing a move. Winning is seeing a clean signal and executing without needing 10 people to reassure you. See, winning is becoming the person who can hold what you prayed for. Winning is being able to sit in silence and not fall apart. Winning is being able to be blessed and not feel guilty. Winning is being able to make money and not sabotage it. It's being able to hear God and obey the first time. Winning is being able to look at your life and say, I'm not who I was. So let's name that version. Let's name this version of you. The one that executes without hesitation, the one that follows the rules, the one that trusts the process, the one that moves with discipline. And I want to go a little bit further with each one. Let's talk about the version that executes without hesitation. This version of you that executes without hesitation. So listen, okay? That don't mean that this version of you never feels fear, that it never feels nervous, that it don't have a thought pop in your head that's like, what if? Execution without hesitation, it don't mean you're emotionless. It means emotions do not get to lead. It means when the rules are met, you move. It means when the queen gives the signal, you don't ask fear for permission. It means when the setup's there, you don't go searching for reasons to doubt yourself. You breathe, you check the rules, you confirm the path, you execute. Because hesitation is not always wisdom. Sometimes hesitation's fear pretending to be caution. Sometimes hesitation is an old wound saying, don't mess up. Sometimes hesitation is perfectionism demanding certainty before movement. Sometimes hesitation's your past trying to keep you from your future. Sometimes hesitation's the old you saying, what if this is the moment you fail? But they rebuilt you, the rebuilt version of you, it answers. Well, what if this is the moment I finally follow through? The game don't require perfection. It requires execution. It doesn't require you to know every outcome. It requires you to move when God says move. So the new you says, I don't need to feel fearless to move. I do not need to feel perfect to execute. I do not need to feel completely certain to follow the rules. If the system says go, I go. If God says move, I move. If alignment says yes, I stop asking fear for another opinion. That, guys, is the rebuild. This version of you, guys, guess what? It follows rules. Not sometimes. Not when it feels easy. Not when emotions are calm. Not when the last trade was won. Not when you feel confident. This version follows rules because rules are protection. They're not punishment. They're not restriction. They're not there to take your freedom. They're there to create freedom. That is the mindset shift for you. See, the old identity see rules and say, I don't want to be controlled. Your new identity sees rules and say, this is how I protect my future. The old identity, well, it says, I know what I'm doing. The new identity says, the rules know the path better than my emotions do. The old identity negotiates, and the new identity obeys. So let me tell you something. Your ability to follow rules when you want to break them, that is one of the greatest signs of maturity. Anybody can follow rules when there's no pressure. But can you follow the rules after a loss? Can you follow the rules after a win? Can you follow the rules when the chart's moving too fast? When somebody else is making money? When you feel behind? Can you follow the rules when the queen is strategizing and you're bored? Can you follow boundaries when someone tests you? Can you follow your values when temptation shows up? Can you follow God's instructions when it don't make sense? That's where the new identity is proven. The new you, it don't ask, what can I get away with? The new you ask, what keeps me in alignment? See, roles aren't just for trading. They're how you protect the life that you're building. See, you need rules for your mind, for your emotions, for your money, your relationships, your schedule, your business, your mouth, your energy. You need rules for obedience. Not because you're trying to be rigid, but because your future needs structure. Your purpose needs structure. Your peace needs structure. And your success most definitely needs structure. Are y'all with me, guys? Is this hitting home? Uh-oh. I was wondering, did y'all fall asleep on me? This version of you trusts the process. And trust is not passive. Trust is not lazy. Trust is not sitting back doing nothing. Trust means you do your part and you stop trying to control what's not yours. You follow the rules. You show up. You study. You execute. You journal. You review. You correct. You grow. And then you release the outcome. Now that is trust. See, your old identity, it needed instant proof. It says, oh, if this worked today, maybe if it don't work today, maybe it's just not going to work. Shit, if I lose one trade, maybe I'm just bad at this. If I don't see results immediately, damn, I should quit. If I don't feel different instantly, maybe nothing changed. If God's really with me, why is it still hard? See, your new identity understands process. The new identity understands that mastery is built. Your new identity understands that repetition creates confidence. Your new identity understands that one trade is not the whole damn journey. Your new identity understands that one bad day don't define the system. It understands that one emotional moment is not the end if you correct it. It understands that healing is a process. It understands that becoming is a process. It understands that God builds in seasons. So trusting the process means I'm not judging my entire future by one moment. I'm not abandoning the path because of a temporary discomfort. I'm not quitting because I don't see fruit immediately. I am becoming. Now that is powerful because most people abort the process before the process can produce. They plant the seed, then hell, they dig it up every day to see if it's growing. They start the work, then quit because the harvest didn't come overnight. But the rebuild, you understand, seeds need time, skills need practice, discipline needs repetition, healing, it needs honesty, identity needs proof, and faith needs endurance. This version of you, it moves with discipline. And discipline is not punishment. Discipline is devotion to the future that you said you wanted. Let me say that again. Discipline is devotion to the future that you said you wanted. When you're disciplined, you're telling your future, hey, I'm coming. When you're disciplined, you're telling your old identity, guess what? You don't no longer get to decide here. When you're disciplined, you're telling God, I can steward what you're sending. Discipline's spiritual. Discipline is sacred. Discipline is how you prove alignment. You can't say you want more and keep living with less discipline. You can't say you want freedom and keep making emotional decisions. You cannot say you want success and keep breaking your own word. You can't say you want peace and then keep feeding the chaos. You cannot say you want God's best and keep choosing what keeps you bound. Discipline is how the new identity becomes real. Not in your feelings, not in your actions. See, the new you, it moves when nobody's clapping. The new you moves with discipline when nobody's watching, when it would be easier to quit, when the old you wants comfort. The new you moves with discipline in trading, in prayer, in business, in meditation, in healing, in relationships, in rest, in money. The new you moves with discipline and how you speak to yourself. Now, that is the rebuild. That's the rebuild, guys. Oh, so when we get to in your workbook, let me look. Huh. The design your identity. I need you to take your time with this one. Do not rush. Don't just sit and write some cute little frilly answers. This is not some, I want to be rich. I want to be successful. I want to be confident. No. We are designing the internal operating system of the version of you that wins. We're designing how this person thinks. We're designing how this person moves, how this person responds under pressure, handles losses, handles success, how this person sits in stillness. We're designing how this person trusts God, how this person plays the game. We're designing how this person loves, how this person leads, how this person chooses, how they respond when life gets hard, how they handle responsibility, how they walk into rooms, how this person keeps promises to themselves. Because if you don't define this person, you can't practice becoming them. All right, let's see. Try to find the word. Okay, part five, alignment. Okay, wait a minute. Uh-huh. All right. Who am I now? When you get to your workbook, be precise. You're saying, who am I now? Not who was I? Not who was you when you showed up to this class this morning. Who am I now? Not who did fear train me to be? Not who did survival create? Not who did trauma shape? Not who did disappointment condition? Who am I now? And I want you to answer from decision, not evidence. Because if you only answer from what your past proves, you're going to keep recreating your past. You're not writing who you always been. You're writing who you are choosing to become now. So ask, who am I now that the old identity no longer leads? Who am I now that the root's been exposed? Who am I now that can interrupt this pattern? Who am I now in God as a player of the game when I sit in front of the chart, when life applies pressure? Who am I when nobody sees me? When I'm tempted to go backwards? When the old me wants to take over? You might write, well, I'm disciplined. I'm calm. I am patient. I am obedient. I am powerful. I am aligned. I am teachable. I am consistent. I'm someone that follows through. I'm someone that can be trusted with increase. I'm someone who waits for the queen. I am someone who does not force. I am someone who executes when it's time, but don't just list the words. When you write it out, explain them. If you write, I am disciplined, I want you to explain what discipline looks like in your life. If you write, I am patient, explain what patience looks like in your life and when the chart's moving. If you write, I am powerful, well, you explain how does powerful behave. If you write, I am aligned, explain what alignment looks like when you're uncomfortable. Because vague identity creates vague behavior. Clear identity creates clear behavior. So now how do you think? Now this is huge. See, your old identity, it had old thoughts. What if I fail? What if I miss it? What if I'm wrong? God, I need to hurry. Geez, I gotta catch up. I can't trust myself. Oh, I always mess up. I need somebody else to tell me I'm right. I'm behind. I'm too late for me. The new you cannot think the same way and live a different life. So how does the new you think? I'll tell you. The new you thinks, I follow the rules. I do not chase. I wait for clarity. I trust the process. I can handle pressure. One moment does not define me. I can learn. I can grow. I can execute. I can hold success. I don't need to force what is meant for me. I move when alignment says move. I sit when the queen is strategizing. I'm not behind, I'm becoming. I can pause when I respond. I can choose peace. I can be powerful without being chaotic. I can succeed without sabotaging it. I can receive without guilt. See, the new you thinks from alignment, not panic, from truth, not fear, from structure, not chaos, from God, not survival. So write it. How does the new version of you think when pressure hits? How does the new you think after a loss, after a win? How does the new version of you think when there's nothing to do? How does the new version of you think when the old voice tries to speak, when life feels uncertain, when God says wait, when God says move? So now we're going to move on to the next question, okay? And it's all be in your workbook. How do I act? Because see, identity is not real until it becomes behavior. You can say you're disciplined, but how do you act? You can say you're aligned, but how do you act? You can say you trust God, but how do you act when you don't have control? See, the new you acts differently. The new you prepares. The new you checks emotional states before you touch a chart. The new you clears the noise. It follows the queen's path. It waits for the signal. It respects that strategizing zone. It stops after the max trades. The new you journals. The new you reviews. The new you takes responsibility without shame. It corrects quickly. The new you does not disappear when it gets hard. The new you keeps showing up, communicates clearly, does not abandon themselves, does not make permanent decisions from temporary emotions. It rests when rest is required. It protects your peace. The new you keeps promises. The new you moves with integrity. So write it out in detail. What does the new you do in the morning? Before the chart? While playing the game? After a session? What does the new you do when it feels triggered? What does the new you do when you want to quit? What does the new you do when you lose? When you win? When life gets heavy? What does the new you do when temptation shows up? What's the new you do when nobody's watching? Are y'all with me? Y'all still with me? All right. So now we are going to talk about how do I move when it's time to execute. Now, this is where identity meets action because a lot of people can talk powerfully until it's time to move. Then they freeze. Then they hesitate. Then they overthink. Then they ask fear for advice. But see, the new you, it moves differently. When it's time to execute, the new you, it don't panic. It don't rush. You don't hesitate. You don't go run and ask 10 people. The new you don't add 5 extra indicators. And it does not negotiate with fear. The new you checks the rules, breathes, and then moves. The new you understands I don't need to feel perfect. I don't need to know the outcome. I only need to follow the rules. That is execution. Execution is not reckless. It's not gambling. It is not emotion. It is disciplined movement when the conditions are met. And in life, because this ain't just about trading. In life, execution looks the same. When you know the right thing, do it. When you know the boundary, you set it. When you know the instruction, you obey it. When you know the next step, you stop waiting for fear to approve it. So when you get to your journal, write, when the queen gives the signal, I move by what? When fear speaks, I respond by what? When I feel pressure, I ground myself by what? When it's time to execute, I will no longer What? So when it's time to execute, I will now what? When life requires courage, I will. When my future requires discipline, I will. So now we're going to come to a very important part, guys, which you're no longer going to tolerate. All right, give me 2 seconds, guys. Let me take a potty break. I'll be right back. And then we'll move back to, and then if y'all have any questions, put them in the chat and I'll answer them before we get started back. Okay. So now we're going to talk about something really important. Okay. And that is, what are you no longer going to tolerate? This is where your new identity gets boundaries. Because if you don't set boundaries, the old identity keeps walking in. You have to decide what no longer gets access to you, what no longer gets to lead you, what no longer gets to control your decisions, what no longer gets to sit at your table. Okay? See, the new you may right, I no longer tolerate emotional trading, breaking my own rules, calling fear wisdom, tolerate chasing, quitting on myself, overthinking myself out of obedience, adding confusion to my chart, trading from desperation, letting one loss destroy my discipline, living from the old programming. I can no longer tolerate shrinking from the person God called me to be. I no longer tolerate speaking death over myself. I will no longer tolerate chaos as normal. I will no longer tolerate betraying my future for temporary comfort, making excuses for the old version of me. See, guys, this part matters because identity is not only what you say yes to, but it is also what you say no to. The new you must have standards, have non negotiables, must be clear. Unclear standards create repeated compromise. And repeated compromise, what does it do? It's going to recreate the old life. So I want you to hear this. You don't wait to become this person. You decide to be them now. Not when you're ready, not when you have proof, not when everyone believes in you, not when your emotions calm down, not when your life is perfect, not when the market is easy. Now. You decide now because identity is a decision before it becomes a feeling. Identity is a decision before it becomes evidence. It is a decision before it becomes natural. At first, the new year, it may feel a little unfamiliar, and that's okay. At first, discipline may feel strange. That's okay. At first, waiting may feel uncomfortable. That's okay. At first, trusting yourself may feel scary. That's okay. You're not waiting for it to feel normal. You are practicing until it becomes normal. That's how identity forms. You decide, you act, then you repeat, then you become. Decision, action, repetition, identity. That is the rebuild. The new identity, it's not installed because you wrote it once. You got to practice it. You got to rehearse it. You must return to it. You must embody it. Every morning you remind yourself, this is who I am now. Before you chart, remind yourself, this is who I am now. When pressure hits, remind yourself, this is who I am now. The old pattern speech, remind yourself, this is not who leads me anymore. The new identity becomes real through repeated proof. See, every time you follow the rules, you prove the new identity. Every time you wait instead of chase, you prove the new identity. Every time you stop at your limit, you prove the new identity. Every time you journal instead of spiral, you prove the new identity. Every time you choose discipline over emotion, you prove the new identity. Every time you pause instead of react, you prove the new identity. When you choose peace over chaos, you prove the new identity. And every time you keep your word to yourself, you prove the new identity. And after enough proof, you stop trying to be that person. You simply are. So I want you to sit with this. Who are you now? You're not who fear said you were. You're not who pain shaped you to be. You're not who failure convinced you that you were. Not who survival trained you to become. Not who are you now. So who is God calling you to be? Who is the version of you that can hold that blessing? Who is the version of you that can play the game with discipline? Who is the version of you that can sit in peace and wait? Who is the version of you that can execute without hesitation? Who is the version of you that can win and not sabotage it? Who is the version of you that can live differently, that can love differently, that can receive differently, that can lead differently? That's who we're building. And from this moment forward, you don't wait to become this person. You decide to be them right now. Say this with me, guys. I am not waiting. I am deciding. I am not hoping. I am becoming. I am not the old identity. I am the rebuilt version. I execute without hesitation. I follow rules. I trust the process. I move with discipline. I'm the person, and I am becoming the person that can hold what God is sending. I decide now. And so it begins. All right, guys, we're going to take a little 15-minute break. We didn't take a full lunch. 15 minutes. We'll meet back here at 2:25, and we will move on. We've got 3 parts left. Oh, who is feeling the shift? Do y'all know that y'all were here for a reason, right? Y'all were here for purpose, right? I think I just had a download. I am also going to email you the teacher's manual too. So y'all have this to reread. All right, 15 minutes. We'll be back. Right. All right, guys. All right, guys. We're getting ready to start part five. Is everybody back? I am so proud of y'all. I am so proud of everybody for sitting on this call. See, alignment is not a feeling, it's behavior. When you get in alignment with your higher self that we met this morning on our meditation, that person that you stepped into, that you are becoming, that is alignment with who God intended you to be. So listen to me. We have interrupted the old identity. We have found the root. We have learned how to interrupt the pattern. We have rebuilt the new identity. But now we got to do something extremely important. We've got to make this new identity real. And I need you to feel the weight of the word real. Okay? This is not imagined. This is not spoken. This is not written. This is not temporary, not emotional, real. Because identity that never becomes behavior, it's just an idea. And today we're not here for ideas. We're not here for inspiration that fades when you leave this class today. We're not here for something that feels good in the moment but disappears when pressure shows up. Guys, y'all came here for transformation. We are here for embodiment. We are here for your divine return. We are here for you to become the version of yourself that God intended you to be, not just in your mind, not just in your journal, not just in this room, but in your choices, in your habits, in your boundaries, in your obedience, in your trading, in your money, in your relationships, your emotions, your reactions, your discipline, in your daily life. Because the truth is, alignment is not a feeling, alignment is behavior. So let me say it again so it lands all the way in you. Alignment is not a feeling, alignment is a behavior. And alignment with your higher self puts you in alignment with the version of you God intended you to be, because your higher self is not separate from God's design. Your higher self is not some ego version of you trying to be better than other people. Your higher self is the God aligned version of you, the healed version, the disciplined version, the peaceful version, the powerful version, the version that don't live from wounds, the version that does not obey fear, the version that no longer negotiates with the old identity. That is who we're aligning with. See, alignment is not a mood. Some of you been waiting to feel aligned. You've been waiting to feel ready, waiting to feel confident, to feel peaceful, to feel like the old fear is gone, to feel like everything finally makes sense, to feel like you're fully healed, to feel like nothing can shake you. You've been waiting to feel like you won't mess up again. You've been waiting to feel like God removed every ounce of resistance from your life. And because you've been waiting on a feeling, you've been delaying your becoming. But alignment's not something you wait for. Alignment is something that you choose, that you practice, that you prove, that you live. Alignment is when your choices match who you say you're becoming. Alignment is when your behavior matches your new identity. Alignment is when your actions match your calling, and when your obedience matches your prayer, when your discipline matches your desire, when your life starts agreeing with the version of you that God already sees. That is alignment. So, no. Alignment's not just a feeling peaceful during worship. It's not just crying during a breakthrough. It's not just journaling your truth. It's not just saying, I am becoming. Alignment is not just writing powerful declarations. It's not just having clarity. It's not just understanding yourself. Alignment is what you do when the moment comes. Alignment is what you do after the emotion fades, when nobody claps, when nobody is watching. Alignment is what you do when it gets uncomfortable, when your old self starts speaking. Alignment's what you do when pressure hits your chest. Alignment's what you do when fear starts whispering, when urgency tries to rush you. Alignment is what you do when your past tries to pull you back. Alignment, that is where alignment is proven, because anyone can say they are aligned when the room's full of energy. Anyone can say they are aligned when the teaching is powerful. And anyone can say they are aligned when they feel inspired. But the real question is, y'all tell me in the chats, what are you going to choose tomorrow? What are you going to choose when you wake up? Come on, guys, tell me. What are you going to choose when nobody's guiding you? What are you going to choose when the old pattern comes knocking? What are you going to choose when life tests you what you said you was going to believe? What are you going to choose? Alignment, right? Are y'all awake? Hello? Alignment. We choose alignment. See, your higher self, that person we met this morning, is not far away. Let's go deeper. Because I want to break something off of you right now. Some of you think your higher self is far away, like it's a future version, like this perfect version, this healed version. Okay? This fully confident version, this version that only exists after years of work. No! Your higher self is not that far away. Your higher self is the version of you that already knows. The version of you that already knows what is right. The version of you that already knows when something's off, when fear is lying, that already knows when you're forcing. That version of you already knows when you're aligned. The version of you that already knows when you're out of alignment. That quiet voice inside of you, that clarity that hits you for a split second before you override it, that knowing you feel right before you do the opposite, that's your higher self. And when you align with that higher self, you are aligning with the version of you God intended you to be. Because God didn't create you to be ruled by the loudest wound. He didn't create you to be led by the loudest fear. He did not create you to be controlled by the loudest trigger. God placed wisdom, discernment, truth, and divine knowing inside of you. Here's the problem: you've been overriding it, you've been ignoring it, you've been talking yourself out of it, you've been letting fear talk louder than it, you've been letting your urgency override it. You've been letting your old patterns drown it out. So becoming your higher self is not becoming about becoming somebody new. It's about stopping the override. It's no longer about betraying the knowing God already placed inside of you. It's about no longer letting fear vote louder than faith. It's about no longer letting survival make decisions that purpose should be making. You become your higher self every time you pause instead of react, wait instead of chase, obey instead of negotiate, tell the truth instead of hide, let the bound set the boundary instead of people please. Choose discipline instead of comfort. Follow the rule instead of your emotion. Trust the process instead of forcing control. That is alignment. And every time you make one of those choices, see, you're not just making a better choice. You're becoming the person God intended you to be in real time. You're training your body to trust truth. You are training your mind to follow alignment. You are training your spirit to lead. And you're showing yourself, hey, this is who I am now. So let's go a little bit deeper, because this ain't even mindset, y'all. This is spiritual. This is your divine return. If you're still with me, type divine return in the chat. Let me see your hair. This is about returning to you who you were before fear trained you, before survival shaped you, before pain labeled you, before rejection wounded you, before failure convinced you, before people projected their limitations onto you. God did not create you to live in reaction. He did not create you to be ruled by fear. He did not create you to panic every time life moves. He did not create you to sabotage your own blessings. God didn't create you to shrink. He didn't create you to live stuck in old patterns. This is where the version of you, there's a version of you that is already aligned, already whole, already capable, already disciplined, already peaceful, obedient, powerful, and alignment means your choices start agreeing with that version. That person you met this morning, that person that you stepped into, that is what alignment is. Not your emotions, not your fears, not your past, not your wounds, not your triggers. Your choices align with who God already sees you as. And this is the shift. You stop asking, what does my fear want? And you start asking, what does my higher self choose? You stop asking what feels easier. You start asking what aligns with who God called me to be. You stop asking, how do I avoid discomfort? And you start asking, what choice builds the person that I'm becoming? That is divine return. It's not just returning to God, it's returning to the version of you God created before the world taught you to be afraid. I want you to think about that for just a minute. Returning to the version of you God created before the world ever taught you to be afraid. Now we're going to get honest because this is where everything gets real. If you say you're disciplined, but you don't follow the rules, you're not aligned. If you say you trust God, but you panic when you don't have control, you are not aligned. If you say you want peace, but you keep feeding chaos, you're not aligned. If you say you want success, but you sabotage yourself when you get close, you're not aligned. If you say you're becoming new, but you keep protecting the old pattern, you're not aligned. And hear me, that is not condemnation. This is calibration. Because once you see where you're not aligned, now you know where to shift. And that is powerful. Because misalignment is not a sentence, it's a signal. It tells you this area, it needs truth. It needs discipline. It needs surrender. It needs a new choice. It don't mean you're failing. It means you're being shown where your actions have not caught up with your identity yet. That is workable. That can change. That can be brought into alignment. Identity without action, that's just self deception. You don't approve your identity with words, you prove it with action. You don't prove discipline by saying it, you prove discipline when it's uncomfortable. You don't prove trust by saying it, you prove trust when you don't see the outcome. You don't prove alignment by declaring it, you prove it when the moment hits, because behavior is the language of belief. Let me say that again. Behavior is the language of belief. See, your mouth can say, I trust God, but your behavior will reveal whether you actually do. Your mouth can say, I am disciplined, but your behavior will reveal if discipline's actually leading. Your mouth can say, I'm aligned, but your behavior will reveal if alignment has become embodied. This is not to shame you, it is to bring you into integrity, because integrity means wholeness. It means there's no split between what you say and what you live. See, transition, that's how you actually change. Now, we're going to talk about how this transition happens. This is where most people miss it. See, transformation is not a one time decision, it's a repeated interruption followed by new action. So here's the process: you notice the old pattern, you pause, you ask, what would the new me do? You choose the action, you repeat. And we talked about this earlier. At first, it's going to feel unnatural. It's going to feel slow. It'll feel uncomfortable because you're interrupting years of programming. But every time you choose differently, you're rewiring yourself. You're building a new normal. You're creating a new default. You're installing a new identity. This is not instant, but it's powerful. This is how you transition. You don't jump magically from the old you to the new you. You transition by choosing the new you in the exact moments the old you used to take over. See, that's the bridge. That's the doorway. That's practice. You become aligned by practicing alignment. You become disciplined by practicing discipline. You become peaceful by practicing peace. You become obedient by practicing obedience. You become your higher self by making higher choices. You become who God intended you to be by making choices that agree with God's truth about you. When you go to your workbook, you're going to bridge this. What actions match my new identity? Now, remember, guys, in this writing, you need to go deep. This is not surface level. Think morning routine, think trading behavior, emotional responses, money habits, relationship behavior, spiritual discipline. Ask yourself, what does the aligned version of me do in the morning? When fear speaks, when money feels tight, when the chart's moving, when somebody triggers me, when God says wait, when God says move. Then you write what actions do not match my new identity. Be honest. Where are you still choosing the old me? Still avoiding growth? Still negotiating with fear? Still pretending that I don't know better? Still calling misalignment just how I am? Where am I still allowing behavior that contradicts who I say I'm becoming? This isn't judgment, guys. This is a moral inventory. You cannot align what you refuse to examine. Choices are the bridge, not the feelings, not motivation, not intention, choices. Every choice is a vote. You vote for your old identity or your new identity. And the one you vote for the most becomes who you are. That means your future is being formed in the tiny choices, the quiet choices, the unseen choices, the moment nobody else knows about, the moment you choose not to react, the moment you choose not to chase, the moment you choose to follow the rule. when you choose to pray before you panic, when you choose to shut the chart instead of overtrading, the moment you choose to speak life instead of death, the moment you choose to obey instead of negotiate. These choices are not small. They are identity votes. They're alignment votes. Guys, this is your divine return happening in real time. So we got three non-negotiables for tomorrow. You're going to create three non-negotiables. Now, these aren't suggestions. These are identity proof. These are your first steps into becoming. And tomorrow you prove it. Not in a dramatic way, not with perfection, not with action, but because new identity needs proof. Nervous system needs proof. Confidence needs proof. Your spirit needs proof. And you need to show yourself, hey, I can follow through. Hey, I can do what I said. Hey, I can act aligned. I can choose the higher version of me. Your three non negotiables are your first altar of action, and they're where you bring your words and you turn it into evidence. Okay? Your higher self filter. Before every decision, ask, does this align with who I'm becoming? If the answer is no, don't do it. That's alignment. Ask deeper, does this align with my higher self? Does this align with who God intended me to be? Is this the version of me that can hold the blessing, that moves in peace, that plays the game with discipline, that no longer lives in fear? This filter will save your future because the old you, it's always going to have an excuse. But see, the new you has a standard and you'll get it in your workbook. You don't prove your identity with words, you prove it with action. So from this moment forward, you don't wait to feel aligned. You act aligned. You don't wait to become, you choose. And tomorrow you're going to prove it. And because this is not just growth, this is your divine return. This is your alignment with your higher self. And your alignment with your higher self puts you in alignment with the version of you that God intended you to be. So take a deep breath and say this with me. I align with my higher self. I align with who God chose me to be. I align my actions with my new identity. I align my choices with my calling. I align my behavior with my future. I do not wait for a feeling. I choose alignment through action. I prove my identity with what I do. I choose the higher version of me. I choose discipline. I choose peace. I choose obedience. I choose my divine return. And tomorrow, I prove it. So much information. What is the biggest aha moment for everybody here still with us? Put it in the chat. What is the biggest aha moment that you have got today? So many, right? When I asked that question, the first one that popped into your head. Realizing who I can become. Know who you are becoming. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes. Not who you can become now, who you are becoming. What's your biggest takeaway so far before we move on to the decision point? Yes. Yes. That part. Right. Okay, Wendy. Okay. Melissa, David, Tab. Oh, and Tab, Darlene texted you back. I don't know if you've seen it. Mm. Okay. Yes. All right. All right. Yes. The decision. The decision. You stand between two lives. Okay. Let me ask you, has any of y'all got emotional today? That is why I've had to take so many breaks. I can't tell y'all how many times I have about busted out into tears. I knew when I was doing this, because I have made these changes that I knew it was going to be life changing, and I knew it was going to be life changing for all of y'all. I knew y'all wouldn't leave the same person that you became. I can't tell you how many times I have busted out crying. I don't know if y'all have heard it in my voice, but woo, it's deep. Woo! Y'all see why people pay $1,500 for these masterminds? I've paid $5,000 and $7,000 to go to these. The things that taught me these things that I'm teaching you. I have probably spent close to $100,000 in conferences. Do y'all see? Oh, whew. Whew. All right, guys. This is the decision point. There's no going back from here. Who's with me? All right, everybody, say no going back. Type it in the chat for me. No going back. No going back. All right. Woo. Because right now, you're standing between two lives. I want you to let that sink for a minute. I don't want you to rush past that. I want you to sit with that for a minute. I don't want you to feel like it's just another powerful line. I want you to actually feel the weight of it. Because, guys, there are moments in life where you're not just learning, you're not just listening, you're not just receiving information. There are times in life you're standing at a door, you're standing at a threshold, you're standing at a dividing line between who you've been and who God is calling you to become. This is one of those moments. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when you feel ready, right now. Not when your emotions finally calm down. Not when your confidence finally catches up. Not when the money looks better. Not when your circumstances become easier. Not when everybody around you understands your transformation. Not when fear stops talking. Right now. Because if you keep waiting for the perfect moment to decide, the old identity's going to keep creating reasons for you to delay. So your old identity don't want to let you go. It's going to tell you, not yet. It's going to say, well, let's just wait till it feels easier. Well, it's going to say, wait till you got proof. Hey, watch some of these other people on this class and see what it does for them. Oh, wait till you feel stronger. But the new identity, it's born through decision before proof. You're standing at a line and it's a real line. It's not metaphorical. It's not theoretical. It's not a one day, it's a line. And I want you to actually feel that line in your body. You remember when you're standing in front of your higher self this morning in your meditation and you stepped into them? That was the line. See, most people don't never slow down long enough to recognize this moment. They move past it. They distract from it. They numb it. They tell themselves, I'll change later. Yeah, I'll apply this tomorrow. I just need more time. But this moment, this is the moment. Everything either changes or it repeats. And I ain't being dramatic. This is just plain truth. Because if this moment does not become a decision, it becomes another memory. Just another training you attended. Just another workbook you sat and filled out. Just another powerful day you sit and talk about. Just another, that was amazing. Another, I felt that. Another, I really needed that. But if there is no decision attached to it, the old life will still be waiting for you when you leave. Old habits will still know your name. Old reactions will still know how to find you. Old patterns will still know which buttons to push. This moment, it's got to be more than emotional. It has to become decisive. See, behind you, it's everything you've been. The old identity, the patterns, the hesitation, the overthinking, the emotional reactions, the fear, the cycles, the sabotage, the inconsistency, the I know better, but dang it, I still did it anyway. I want you to see that clearly. Not vaguely, not conceptually, but specifically. Because the old identity is not just a version of you, it's a set of repeated behaviors that have produced your current life. That means we're not fighting some mysterious enemy. We're looking directly at repeated choices, repeated responses, repeated reactions, repeated agreements. The hesitation that cost you opportunities, the overthinking that made you miss your moment, the emotional reactions that pulled you out of alignment, the fear that kept you playing small. See, that inconsistency that kept you starting over, the sabotage that showed up right when things started working, the patterns of you that told yourself that you'd break but didn't. That's what was behind you. And it's not just behind you. Guys, it's been controlling you. It's controlled how you moved. It's controlled what you say yes to. It has controlled what you run from. It has controlled how much you let yourself receive. It has controlled how long you stay consistent, how to respond to pressure, how to trust yourself. Are you going to trust yourself? Are you going to abandon yourself? It's controlled whether you wait for the queen's signal or you force the move. It's controlled whether you obey God or you negotiate with fear. Today, we're not pretending anymore. We're not dressing the old life up and calling it wisdom. We're not calling fear discernment. We're not calling procrastination waiting on God. We're not calling self sabotage and being realistic. We're not calling hesitation being careful. We are telling the truth. And in front of you is everything you just built: the disciplined version, the aligned version, the version that execute, the version that follows the damn rules, the version that trusts God, that can hold the blessing, that does not go back. And I need you to understand something deeply. That version is not imaginary. It is not someday. That version is not reserved for people who are better than you. That version is available right now. But availability does not equal embodiment. Just because it's available does not mean that you'll live it. Because embodiment requires decision. Right now, you're standing in the middle, and that middle area is dangerous because the middle lets you feel like you've changed without requiring you to live changed. The middle lets you understand the truth without obeying it. The middle lets you cry about the old identity without actually leaving it. The middle lets you build the new version on paper while still keeping the old version as a backup plan. And that is why this moment matters, because you cannot stay in the middle and call it transformation. And I need you to understand something very clearly. This moment right here, it is not emotional. This moment is not hype. This moment is not about what feels good. This moment is about decision. Because everything we did today, everything you're going to write, everything you realized, everything you exposed, everything you rebuilt, everything you aligned, it means absolutely nothing if you don't decide. Now, let that hit you. Let that settle. Let that remove every illusion that this was enough. Awareness is not transformation. Understanding is not transformation. Decision plus action equals transformation. Decision plus action equals transformation. Because you can be aware and still repeat the pattern. You can understand the root and still obey it. You can feel inspired and still wake up tomorrow unchanged. You can write a new identity and still live from the old one. But when you decide and then you attach action to that decision, well, transformation begins to take form in your real life. Decision without action, hell, that's just fantasy. Action without decision, that becomes inconsistent. But decision plus action, that's what's going to create your new direction. That is where your life is going to begin to change. You do not drift into a new life. You don't drift into discipline. You don't drift into alignment. You don't drift into obedience. You don't drift into success. You don't drift into becoming who God intended you to be. You decide into it. And I want to expand this so you truly get it, because drifting is passive. Drifting means I'll get there eventually. Things will work themselves out. I'll grow over time. I just need more experience. But what drifting actually does is reinforce your current identity. Because if you're not intentionally choosing new behaviors, you are intentionally repeating old ones. And if you repeat old ones long enough, you create the same damn life. That is where people get stuck. They think time automatically creates transformation, but time don't transform you by itself. Time only reinforces what you repeatedly practice. If you practice fear for another year, fear gets stronger. If you practice hesitation for another year, hesitation gets stronger. If you practice emotional reactions for another year, that's what's going to get stronger. You practice discipline for another year, discipline gets stronger. You practice alignment for another year, baby, you walking into it. You practice obedience for another year, that's what you're going to be doing. Time will multiply whatever you keep choosing. So if you don't decide, you default. And your default is that old identity. Not because you want it, not because you even choose it consciously, but because it's familiar. It's practiced. It's automatic. And that's why this decision has to become a line in the sand. See, your old identity, it has momentum. Your old identity, it has history. Your identity, it has muscle memory. Your old identity knows how to show up without being invited. So right now, you're not choosing between good and bad. You're choosing between the old you and the new you. And here's the truth most people don't want to hear. If you do not consciously choose the new virgin, you will unconsciously return to the old one. Because you're going to return to what's easiest. You're going to return to what's familiar. You're going to return to what requires the least amount of courage. You're going to return to what lets you avoid responsibility. You're going to return to what keeps you comfortable, even if it's keeping you stuck. That's why we decide. Because decision interrupts the default. Decision's going to say, I'm no longer letting automatic programming lead my life. It's going to say, I'm no longer letting fear choose for me. Decision's going to tell you, I'm no longer letting comfort be my confidence. Decision says, I'm no longer living from the identity I was trying to survive with. Decision says, God, I choose the version of me you intended. Everybody put that in the chat. God, I choose the version of me that you intended. God, I choose the version of me that you intended. So let me show you guys what's really in front of you. And I need you to feel this, not just hear it. Because if you only hear it, you're going to nod your head, you're going to agree, you're going to say that's true, and then you're going to walk back into the same damn life. And that's not why we spent all weekend here. That's not why you spent your hard earned money for this course. That is not why God put the vision in your heart that you had to make you even get started with trading to get the Queen's Path. Because if you feel it, you actually see the difference. If you recognize yourself in it, that's when the decision comes real. This is the life you already know. The life where you hesitate when it's time to move. You overthink yourself out of your opportunities. You chase when you feel behind. You quit when it gets hard. You break your own rules. You say you're ready, but hell, you don't act like it. You want more, but shit, you don't even hold what you already have. You feel motivated and then you disappear. Yeah, you understand it, but you don't apply it. You know, but don't become. So let me take this a little bit deeper because this life is not just about trading. It is not just about money. It's not just about results. This class was about how you live. This is the life where you say you're going to change and don't. You promise yourself things, then you break them. You start strong, then you fade out. You avoid what's uncomfortable. You react instead of respond. You let your emotions make decisions. You abandon yourself when things get hard. You look for shortcuts instead of structure. You wait for motivation instead of building discipline. You talk yourself out of what you know is right because this is what's familiar, what's comfortable, what's predictable. And I need you to understand something deeply here. Comfort is not the same thing as peace. The old life feels comfortable because it's known, not because it's peaceful. Hell, it's chaotic, it's inconsistent, it's frustrating. Guys, it's freaking exhausting. But your nervous system's used to it, so it calls it normal, even when it hurts. It's what's known. And the brain will always try to pull you back to what is known because the brain values familiarity over growth. It values certainty over expansion. It values safety over transformation. So when you try to step into this new identity, guys, I'm warning you now so you know it's coming. Your brain will say, wait a minute, this don't feel right. Huh, this feels uncomfortable. Huh, this feels off. But it's not wrong. It's just new. This life will give you temporary relief, short bursts of motivation, moments of hope, followed by the same cycles, the same frustration, the same, why the hell am I still here? And this is where people get stuck for years because they keep thinking, next time it'll be different. The next push will fix it. The next motivation wave will carry me through. See, but motivation does not build identity, repetition does. You already know this life, you've lived it. So now let's talk about life number two, the new path. So let me show you the other life, the life we have built today, the life you're building as you do this workbook. That's going to be the first telltale sign. Are you going to do the work in the workbook? Huh? The one that we built today, well, this life is different. This life is where you move when it's time to move. You follow the rules even when it's uncomfortable. You trust the process when it's slow. You wait when the queen's strategizing. You execute when the signal's clear. You pause instead of react. You choose discipline over emotion. You choose peace over chaos. You choose obedience over control. You choose alignment over comfort. So let's go deeper because this life is not just about actions. This life is about identity embodiment. And what identity are we embodying, guys? Tell me in the chat. Your higher self? I promise you, asking yourself, what would my higher self do is the exact same thing as asking, what would Jesus do? Because your higher self is your connection straight to the divine. hmm This life about identity embodiment, this is a life where you trust yourself. You keep your word to yourself. You stop negotiating with your old patterns. You stop needing permission. You stop abandoning yourself. And you stop running from discomfort. I need you to hear this part clearly. Now, this life is going to feel uncomfortable at first. Not because it's wrong, but because it's unfamiliar. So you're teaching your body a new way to operate. You're teaching your mind a new way to respond. You're teaching your nervous system a new definition of safety because your old system thinks chaos is normal, emotions equal truth, and reaction is safety. But see, this new life's going to teach you peace is normal. Discipline equals safety, and structure equals freedom. Life's not easy, guys. Let's be honest. But this life right here requires something the old life didn't: responsibility, ownership, discipline, truth, consistency. Let me expand it so you apply it. Responsibility means you stop blaming circumstances, people, timing, and emotions. Ownership means you stop giving your power away to what happens around you. Discipline means you move even when you don't feel like it. Truth means you stop lying to yourself about where you're at. And consistency means you show up even when it's boring, even when it's slow, even when nobody sees it. This life will stretch you, challenge you, expose you. But exposure is not punishment. Exposure is transformation because you cannot fix what you refuse to see. But it will also give you something the old life never could: results, peace, power, self trust, alignment, and freedom. And here's the truth: you don't get this life by wanting it, you get this life by choosing it. Decision is not a feeling, because this is where people get it wrong. Decision's not, I feel like I'm ready. It's not, well, this feels good. It's not, I think I can do this. Decision is not, I hope I can change. That's not decision. That is emotion. And emotion is temporary. It fluctuates. Hell, it lies sometimes. Emotion reacts. Emotion shifts based on the environment. So if you base your life on emotion, your identity is never going to stabilize. Decision is, I don't care how I feel, I'm doing this. Decision is, there's no other option. Decision is, I am not going back. Decision is, well, this is who I am now. So let me go deeper. Decision is identity selection. It is the moment you choose, this is who I operate as moving forward. That means no more negotiating, no more sometimes, no more I'll try, no more well, I'll see. Decision is when you remove the exit. Decision is when you close the door. Decision is when you burn the bridge. And decision is when you stop negotiating with your old self. Because as long as the old identity is still an option, you're going to return to it. So, this war that you've been in, let's get real. Because what you've been experiencing is not random. You've been in a war. You've been in a war between your higher self and your conditioned self. You've been in a war between your calling and your comfort, your future and your past, your truth and your fear. And let me explain this so you feel it. This war, it shows up in the small moments, not just the big ones. When you know what to do, but you don't do it. When you feel the pull, but you resist it. When you hear truth, but choose comfort. When you see the setup, but hesitate. When you know the rule, but you break it. When you feel that nudge and you ignore it, that's the war. And up until now, the old version's been winning. Not because it's stronger, just because it's more practiced. Because you've repeated it more. Because you've agreed with it more. Because you've listened to it more. But today, you've exposed it. You've interrupted it. You found the root, you pulled it, you rebuilt yourself, and you're aligning your actions. Now you get to decide who wins. But let me take this clear: you can't take both paths. You cannot be disciplined and emotional. You can't be aligned and reactive. You can't be obedient and controlling, focused and distracted, committed and inconsistent. You cannot carry both identities. At some point, you have to choose. Because trying to live in the middle is what's keeping you stuck. So let me expand this so you really see it. The middle's where you know better, but you don't do better. You understand, but you don't apply. You want change, but avoid discomfort. You claim identity, but don't live it. You're half in, you're half out. You're half committed, you're half disciplined, you're half aligned, you're half assed. And that version will never win because winning requires full alignment. So now we're going to come to a real moment. Not the teaching, not the journaling, not the understanding, the moment. Who are you choosing? Who are you choosing? Not what do you want, not what sounds good, not what feels right. Who are you choosing to be? Put it in the chat. Yes. 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 Love it. Yep. My higher self is a badass. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. But I want y'all to slow this down because this is where everything shifts. Just to be clear, everybody, y'all have decided you're not choosing the one who hesitates. You're not choosing the one who overthinks. You are not choosing the one who quits. You're not choosing the one who sabotages. And you're not choosing the one who waits for perfect conditions. You're choosing the one who executes, the one who follows the rules, the one who moves in discipline, the one who trusts God, and the one who can hold the blessings. Because you don't become that person slowly. You become that person the moment you decide. So listen, you just made a decision. Now it's not a small one. It's not a cute one. It's not a I'll try. You have made a decision between the two lives. You chose the new path. You chose discipline, alignment, obedience, the version of you that God intended you to be. And I need you to understand how powerful that is because most people live their entire lives avoiding a real decision. They talk about change. They dream about change. They cry about change. They pray about change. They want to change, but then they never actually decide. And because they never decide, they keep floating between those two versions of themselves, a foot in the old life, a foot in the new life, one foot in fear, one foot in faith, one foot in comfort, one foot in calling. And you just stood at that line and you made a decision. You chose. And now that you chose, we got to lock in that choice in your body, in your mind, in your spirit, in your future. Now we got to do something powerful, guys. We got to lock it in because a decision without vision can fade. A decision without emotional connection can weaken. A decision without a picture become abstract. And I do not want this to stay abstract for you guys. I love each and every one of y'all so much. And I want to see you become this best version of yourself. Okay. I don't want this just to be something you wrote in your workbook. I don't want this to just be something you said in a room full of people. I want you to see it. I want you to feel it. I want you to experience the future version of you so clearly that your body starts recognizing that person is real. Because the mind needs direction, the spirit needs agreement, the nervous system needs safety, and your identity needs a picture. If you do not give your identity a picture, your past, hey, it'll keep offering you one. Your past will say, hey, no, this is who you are. Your fear is going to say, see, this is what always happens. Your old pattern is going to say, this is just how we survive. But today we're giving your spirit a new picture. We're giving your nervous system a new destination. We are giving your mind a new agreement. We are showing your body that this new version of you is not dangerous. It's safe. It's available. It's real. So, right now, we're going to let your future become real. Not fantasy, not wishful thinking, not one day, but real. Because God's already placed. That version inside of you, it's not far away. It's available. And today, we lock in with it. So before we go into the visualization, I need you to understand why this matters. Most people are more familiar with their past than their future. They can picture where they've been easily. They can picture the mistake, the failure, the heartbreak, the setback, the old pattern, the version of themselves that they're ashamed of. They can replay the bad play. They can replay the loss, the betrayal, the moment they quit, that time they disappointed themselves, every reason they think they can't do it. But when you ask them to see who they are becoming, they get blurry. They say, I don't know. I hope I'm better. I hope I'm successful. I hope I'm disciplined. I hope things change. Hope without vision is weak as hell. Hope says maybe. Vision says, this is where I'm going. Hope says, God, I wish. Vision says, I can see it. Hope can inspire you, but vision gives you direction. And direction matters because your life will move forward towards the image you keep agreeing with. If the clearest picture in your head is your past, you're going to keep returning to it. If the clearest picture in your mind is failure, you'll keep protecting yourself from success. If the clearest picture in your mind is disappointment, you'll keep bracing instead of receiving. If the clearest picture in your mind is who you used to be, then even God calls you higher. Your body will keep trying to pull you back down. So tonight, guys, we're not just hoping, we're seeing, we're locking in. We are allowing your future self, your higher self, to become familiar to you. Because once your future becomes familiar, you're going to stop running back to your past for comfort. You're going to start recognizing the new life as home. You're going to start recognizing discipline as safe, peace as normal, obedience as power. You're going to start recognizing alignment as who you are. That version of you, it's already available. That disciplined version, already available. That aligned version, guess what? Already available. That peaceful version, it's there. The one that executes without hesitation, the version that trusts God, the version that can hold a blessing, it's available, but you got to start recognizing them. You got to start choosing them. You got to start practicing them. And now you have to start seeing them because you cannot become what you refuse to imagine. You cannot embody what you cannot recognize. You cannot walk towards a future that you never allow yourself to see. So, this is not daydreaming. This is identity rehearsal. This is spiritual agreement. This is your nervous system getting introduced to the life you are choosing. Let me explain that. When you rehearse fear, your body gets good at it. When you rehearse failure, your body expects it. When you rehearse disappointment, your body prepares for it. When you rehearse alignment, your body starts learning alignment. When you rehearse discipline, your body starts learning discipline. And when you rehearse peace, your body starts learning peace. When you rehearse obedience, your body starts learning obedience. When you rehearse the future that God placed inside of you, your spirit begins to agree with that future. This is what we're doing. We are not pretending. We are rehearsing the truth. All right. So now we are getting ready for the grand finale. We're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to hit the grand finale. So I'm gonna grab me something to drink and wet my whistle before we do this. So 10-minute break. We may run about 5 minutes over, but that's okay. Maybe when you come back, if you can get yourself in a position where you can lay down or sit up, if however you're comfortable. All right. I will meet you back here at 3:40. All right, guys. Is everybody here? All right. All right. Is everybody still comfortable? I want you to close your eyes. If you don't want to close your eyes, soften your gaze. Unclench your jaw. Drop your shoulders. Relax your hand. Take a deep breath in. Hold. And release. Again, deep breath in. Release. Deep cleansing breath in. And release. Let your body know as you return to normal breathing that you're safe. You're not running. You're not performing. You're receiving. You're seeing and you're becoming. Before we go into this vision, I want you to understand something. You're not forcing yourself to imagine a life that is impossible. You are allowing yourself to agree with the life that God has already been pulling you toward. You're not trying to become somebody fake. You're seeing the real you underneath the fear, underneath the programming, underneath the old identity, underneath the survival, the pain. This is not fantasy. This is soul recognition. So I want you to see yourself 30 days from now. Not years, not someday, just 30 days. A version of you that has been practicing the decision you've made today for 1 month. 30 days of choosing differently. 30 days of catching the pattern. 30 days of interrupting the old voice. 30 days of asking, what would my higher self do? 30 days of choosing alignment when fear wanted control. 30 days of proving to yourself, I can change. See yourself waking up. Now, notice the energy in your body. You're not waking up as the old you. You're not waking up immediately reaching for chaos. You're not waking up already defeated. You're not waking up carrying yesterday's shame into today's opportunity. You're not waking up saying, am I going to mess this up? You're waking up with a different agreement. You're calm. You're clear. You're grounded. You're not perfect, but you are different, and that matters. Because transformation does not require perfection. It requires direction. It requires repetition. It requires correction. It requires returning to the new choice again and again and again. You wake up and you remember, I chose this life. I'm not going back. You start your day differently. Maybe you pray before you touch your phone. Maybe you breathe before you react. You're speaking life over yourself before the world gets access to your mind. Maybe you open your journal and remind yourself, I am aligned. I am disciplined. I choose my higher self today. Now see yourself moving towards your morning. There's a steadiness in you. And it's not because everything in your life is perfect, but because you are no longer letting everything outside of you control everything inside of you. You're calm, you're clear, you're executing, no hesitation. Not because fear never speaks, but because fear no longer leads. This is the shift. Fear may still knock, but it doesn't get to sit on the throne. Doubt may still whisper, but it don't get the final vote. Pressure, it's still going to rise, but that pressure no longer chooses your behavior. You hear the old voice sometimes, but now you recognize it. You know what it sounds like. You know how it feels in your body. And instead of obeying it, you interrupt it. You pause. You breathe. You choose differently. Now see yourself sitting in front of the chart. You don't see chaos anymore. You see the queen. You see the path. You see the game. You're not chasing. You're not forcing. You're not trying to prove yourself. You're not trading from desperation. You're just playing a game. You check the realm, the queen's direction. You're respecting the strategizing zone. You're waiting for the signal. And when that signal comes, you execute. No hesitation. Because you're not asking fear for permission anymore. You're not waiting to feel perfect. You're not needing 10 confirmations. You're just following the rules. And even if the outcome is not perfect, you stay steady because your identity is no longer tied to one moment. You know who you are now. You're disciplined. You are aligned. You are obedient. You're becoming. Now, feel what that does to your confidence. Not fake confidence. Not loud confidence. Not performative confidence. Real confidence. The quiet kind. The kind that comes from keeping your word to yourself. The kind that comes from doing what you said you were going to do. The kind that comes for showing up for 30 days as the new you. The kind does not need to announce itself because it's built on proof. Feel that. "30 days from now, you're not the same. Not because your whole life magically changed overnight, but because you changed how you move. And when you change how you move, your life starts responding differently. Your mind responds differently. Your nervous system responds differently. Your confidence responds differently. Your relationship with yourself responds differently. Your ability to trust God responds differently. This is what 30 days of alignment begins to create. Now take another deep breath in and hold and release. Now see yourself 6 months from now. 6 months choosing differently, interrupting the old pattern, practicing alignment, proving your identity with action. 6 months of not going back. 6 months of deciding again and again. 6 months of choosing the new path, small moments. 6 months of correcting when you slip. 6 months of getting up faster. 6 months of becoming more familiar with the new you than the old you. Your life has changed. Not because life never tested you. Life tested you. Pressure came. Fear tried to speak. Old patterns tried to knock on the door. But you didn't keep letting them in. And now your confidence is different. Your discipline is normal. Let that land. Your discipline is normal. It's no longer this big dramatic thing that you've got to force. It's just who you are. You don't have to hype yourself up every day to be disciplined. You just live discipline. You don't have to convince yourself to follow the rules. You just follow them. You don't have to battle yourself every time it's time to execute because you execute. Because repetitions become your identity. Now I want you to see your life 6 months from now. Look at your relationships and how you're communicating differently. You're not reacting the same way. You no longer abandon yourself just to keep peace. You no longer confuse chaos with connection. You have boundaries. You have clarity. You love people without losing yourself. Speak the truth without exploding. You pause before responding. You can let people be disappointed without betraying yourself. You can choose peace without choosing silence that cost you your soul. Now look at your money. Not only is there more of it, you handle it different. You don't panic the same way. You don't make decisions from desperation. You're learning stewardship, patience, learning how to hold increase. You're not just asking for more. You're becoming responsible with more. You're not chasing money. You're building capacity. Now look at your spiritual life. You hear God differently. And it's not because God suddenly got louder, but because you got quieter. You stop letting fear drown out the voice of wisdom. You stop letting chaos block discernment. You stop negotiating with what you already knew. Start obeying faster, trusting deeper, walking differently. Now look at your trading. 6 months from now, you're not looking at the chart like the old you. You're not begging the market. You're not panicking over every move. You're not jumping in and out emotionally. You're not overloading the chart with confusion. You're clean, clear, disciplined. Play the game. You understand the realm. You know when the queen's strategizing. You know when to sit, when to move, when to stop. Because discipline's normal now. You're not fighting yourself every session. You're no longer your biggest opponent. You have become your own greatest asset. Take a second and feel that. 6 months from now, your confidence is different. Your discipline is normal. Your relationship with yourself has changed. Your relationship with God has deepened. Your relationship with money is maturing. Your relationship with the chart is no longer fear based. Your relationship with success is no longer sabotage. This is what happens when you decide and keep choosing. This is what happens when you do not just have a breakthrough, but you built a life around the breakthrough. This is what happens when the decision becomes daily. This is what happens when the new identity becomes practiced. Now take a deep breath in, hold, release. So see yourself 1 year from now, a full year, a full year of choosing the new path, a year of not going back, a year of becoming, a year of alignment, A year of discipline, obedience, correction, growth, trust in God. A year of playing the game differently. A year of becoming the person you decided to be today. A year of choosing your higher self. A year of letting your actions agree with your identity. A year of no longer letting the old life call you back. Now look at yourself. You don't even recognize who you used to be. And not because you hate the old you. Not because you reject the old you. Not because you're ashamed of the old you. Because you've outgrown that version. You can love who you were and still not live as them anymore. You can honor what you survived and still refuse to let survival lead you anymore. You can remember the old patterns and still not obey them anymore. Now, you see yourself 1 year from now? How do you carry yourself? How do you walk into rooms? How do you speak? Make decisions? Handle pressure? How do you lead your life? Do you feel the difference? Your shoulders are different. Your breathing's different. Your standards are different. Your boundaries are different. Discipline's different. Your peace is different. You're not trying to become anymore. You have become. And you're not living as the person you chose today. You look back at the version of you sitting here right now, the one who made the decision, the one who cried, the one who wrote, the one who dug deep, the one who had to choose. And from that version of you, speak back to this version. Say thank you for deciding. Thank you for not going back. Thank you for choosing us. Thank you for doing the work. Thank you for trusting God. Thank you for becoming. And let yourself receive it. Because 1 year from now, you'll either thank yourself for this decision or you're going to wish you had honored it. And today, we choose the version that thanks you. Feel that. That's not hope. That's your future. Not because it's going to happen automatically. Not because life will never test you. Not because you will never feel fear. But because you have decided who you're becoming. And you're going to live in alignment and agreement with that decision. You're going to vote for the future with your choices. You're going to practice that future in your daily habits. You're going to protect that future with boundaries. You're going to strengthen that future with discipline. And you're going to honor that future with obedience. Now, as you come back to, I want you to listen to me. That version of you is already available. Not someday, not when everything's perfect, not when fear disappears, not when you have all the proof, not when people understand, not when the path is easy. It's available. You access that version through your choice, through alignment, through discipline, through repeated action, through not going back, through correcting yourself. Every time you choose a new path, you're pulling that future closer. Every time you act aligned, you pull that future closer. Every time you obey instead of negotiate, you pull that future closer. Every time you follow the rules, you pull the future closer. You're not waiting on the future. You're practicing it. You're rehearsing it. You're becoming it. And this is what I need you to understand. That future of you is not created in one big moment. The future version of you is created in the small repeated choices. The future version of you is created when you do the right thing nobody sees. The future version of you is created when you honor the standard when it would be easier to compromise. It's created when you choose discipline over emotion again and again and again. That's how you become. This is not hope. This is your future, and you choose it now. All right, guys, go ahead and open your eyes and listen to me. Yeah. Before we close this out, before you leave this room, before you go back into your life, before you open your phone, step back into your responsibilities, before the world starts calling your name again, you need to understand something with your whole spirit. You did not just attend a mastermind. You did not just sit through another class. You did not just fill out a workbook. You did not just hear some powerful words. You didn't just get motivated for a weekend. You walked through a transformation. Transformation's different. Motivation, it makes you feel something. Transformation changes how you see. Motivation gives you energy. Transformation gives you identity. Motivation can fade. Transformation follows you home. Motivation can wear off. Transformation becomes your new standard, and that's what's happened here. You walk in here one person, you're leaving another, and I need you to feel the weight of that. Because when you walked in, the fear, the confusion, the old patterns, questioning if you could do this, walk in hoping it would be different, tired of starting over, a dream in your heart, but war in your mind, you're not leaving with the same eyes. You're not leaving with the same language, the same excuses, the same permission to stay stuck, the same relationship to fear, not leaving with the same relationship to discipline. You're not leaving the same relationship to your future. You're leaving different. Not because of motivation, but because you decided. That's the difference. You didn't just get hyped up, you decided. You didn't just cry, you decided. You didn't just write, you decided. You didn't just realize, you decided. You chose the version of you that don't go back, that follows through, that plays the game with discipline, that stops letting fear lead, the version of you that aligns with who God intended you to be. And from this day forward, that decision becomes your anchor. So when fear talks, you come back to the decision. When pressure hits, you come back to the decision. When old patterns knock, you come back to the decision. When you're tempted to chase, you come back to the decision. When you're tempted to quit, you're going to come back to the decision. When life tests you, you're going to come back to the decision. Because this is who you are now. You saw it yesterday. The charts will never look the same. Yesterday changed your vision. Yesterday changed how you see the game. And once you see that, you can't unsee it. The charts are never going to look the same. But today, you'll never be the same because today was not about the chart. Today was about you. We interrupted your old identity. We found the root. We rebuilt. Now hear me clearly. This don't mean life ain't gonna test you, 'cause it will. This don't mean fear will never speak, 'cause it will. This does not mean old patterns will never try to return, 'cause they're going to. It don't mean every day's gonna feel easy, 'cause it won't. But now you know what to do. You know how to interrupt, how to pause, how to choose, how to align, how to ask, what would my higher self do? And then do that, guys. That's the power. Now, you're not leaving here perfect, but you are leaving here equipped. You're not leaving here without feelings. You're leaving here with authority over them. You're not leaving without fear. You're leaving here knowing fear does not get to lead. You're not leaving here with every answer, but you are leaving here with alignment, and alignment will guide you. I want you to remember something. Now, your old self, it wasn't your enemy. Your old you was just trying to survive. It carried you through what you didn't know how to process. It protected you the best way it knew how. It got you here, but it can't lead you from here. So we honor that old version. We don't obey it anymore. We live as who we are becoming. That's maturity. That is healing. That is your divine return. How do y'all feel? Amazing. Are y'all still awake? Yes. Good. Good, good, good. Okay, guys, so I will be starting a Telegram with us for next week. So we can do all of this together. I'm going to be reminding y'all we're going to be playing the game together. And I will be emailing you the link to do our one-on-ones. This is not over. This is just the beginning. And I'm so proud of y'all. I am so proud of y'all. And then once again, if you will, please go in the chats and tell everybody about what they were missing today. And as soon as this uploads, I'm gonna get you the recording. All right. So I am super proud of y'all, and I will see y'all in the chat. Thank y'all.